Yeah. Really? Why? What you doing? Outside? Outside where?
Hotel. Yeah, I know this like
Oh, Alex. Just
baby.
okay. Oh, I'll see you.
Right. Hey.
I'm good friends with his A&R, and he's always hyping me.
Yeah.
Yeah. He also told me he's the smallest human being he's ever worked with as an artist.
I'm playing with
How you and Baby G?
Where's John? You know my name?
I mean, it's crazy because how long have you been lit or famous-ish?
I don't even feel.
But it's only been like 3 weeks or something, right? Yeah,
That
that's
might
crazy. But it feels like everybody knows who you are. Yeah, so
you keep staying on Florida.
I just see you around.
Like,
It's like a super small town vibe, so
I feel
everybody
like,
knows
yeah,
each other.
like, this is small ass. I feel like a lot of everybody basically know everybody.
Yeah, I mean, where I grew up, yeah, I pretty much knew the large majority of the gas station employees for sure, yeah. Definitely.
They lost their
Right. So, it's like a weird echo thing coming out of your phone if we could. So, what was life like as a young girl? Were you, was life hard, or did you have like a decent family upbringing going?
This could always be harder. I ain't gonna say that I had the hardest time. I would say I definitely went through shit.
Well, were your parents together? Okay. So you were mostly raised by your mom?
Nah, I wasn't really raised by my mom.
Okay. Your grandparents, or?
Nah, like my cousins, friends, family members that would take me at the time.
What do you think? What were your parents doing? Right. Before the relationship was over? But now that you're not looking for fortune, yeah, now you can kind of have a cool relationship. Right. Did you kind of gravitate towards being around other people, or trying to kind of create some of that family type vibe through other people, or was it kind of like that?
I mean, honestly, yeah, because like the friends I have, family. I don't consider those are family.
Right.
Was it like a hood that you grew up in, or was it suburbs? In that area, black.
I've always been
Definitely. Were you attracted to music from early on?
and I grew up listening to all types of music, being different genres and
When did you start thinking about it?
pandemic. Everybody was bored as shit. I was bored. My friends, my friends, they make music. And, like, we would freestyle they would freestyle in the car, and they kind of peer pressured me. That's a freestyle with them one day, and I told them, yeah, they like they went crazy. They were like, yo, like you gotta make a song. They started getting equipment and put it like in their room, and we started making shit in there and listening to church music. That was really from the beginning.
Do you remember recording consistently since then? Oh, okay. So that song just really, I don't know. I feel like everybody just heard it and was kind of wowed by like, man, this girl got like a, but you got a cool ass flow too. It's just like it's so easy to rap name by numbers. A lot of people are like that, and with your shit, it was just like, oh, she got some real swag. The voice is cool. She got the personality. Like, it's very easy for people to enjoy this. Almost no 19-year-old white girls are able to like come into the rap game and have people actually genuinely fit it.
Hated it.
They say you sound like Lorilla.
Slow Nilla.
Thanks to today's sponsor, Fume. Whether you're helping someone build better habits or just want to give them something fun and relaxing, Fume makes an awesome gift for the holidays. This flavored air device gets a total of 5 fumes on the fume scale. Fume, 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 fume. Shout out to the Costco guys. It's nicotine-free, non-toxic, and completely guilt-free. I need y'all to tap in with Fume. Josh, what's the URL? Tryfume.com/nojumper10. That's TRYFUM. Leave the E out. TRYFUM.com/nojumper10. You will get a free Fume offer when you order the Journey Pack. The perfect addition to make your gift even more special. And if you're lucky, you can even win one of Fume's limited edition gold-plated devices this holiday season. Again, tryfume.com/nojumper10. Appreciate you. Back to the video.
So you feel like people be making fun of you? Because I feel like people embracing you.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 right now, I feel like.
I mean, I definitely seen a lot of people who say some shit, but I mean, like when I first seen you, I think you had like tens of thousands of followers, and it's been like 2 weeks. Now you're at 100,000.
Yeah.
So like, it seems like people are kind of like embracing you more than the hate. Who's the biggest? All right, so Casanat did react to your song on the stream, and then on the stream, Agent. He said, "Stop being so open-minded. This shit is trash. You need to like." He was kind of dissing
You can
you.
shut his fat ass up. You don't need to know how to rap yourself. I can't, bro. Like I can't take no hate from somebody that can't make good music themselves, and they listen to like rock music and shit. I'm like,
Are we putting Agent in that category? He's a metalhead?
I guess so. That's what they were
Really?
saying in the comments. They're like, don't listen to him. His ass listen to rock music. I'm like,
Damn. So when you see shit like that, that shit made you upset? Like,
nah, I ain't really too much get upset, but it's like, damn, like, why are you doing all that? Like, you could have said, like, you know, like, he was doing that shit for a viral moment, like, just for attention. Like, he could have been like, okay, I don't like this shit. That's cool, but, like, he really overdid that shit.
I was doing it though.
You don't think?
He was like, trash. I'm like, what you mean by that? Nah, that shit backhand.
You felt like it was a backhanded
I
compliment?
still love Kanye.
I feel like, if anything, you could definitely prove them wrong by continuing to be consistent and making more dope music.
I'm always gonna be consistent.
When I showed that freestyle to my girl, I could tell that she wasn't sure if I was genuinely appreciating it or if she felt like I was, like if it was a joke. And I'm like, nah, like this is hard. Like she's like a really good rapper. Like she's got something going on that is totally different, and it's exciting. When we see you doing shit with like Rugrat, it's like, oh wow, okay, she's falling in line with like artists that I think are gonna help you reach another level in terms of just making dope shit.
Where the Rugrat relationship came from? I
did that. I think. Okay, so like when I was posting on TikTok and shit, like people kept on like flooding his comments, tagging me, and flooding my comments, tagging him. Like y'all need to work, y'all need to collab, y'all need to blah 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 blah. He commented on my post, he was like, "You gas," and then he texted me, was like, "You know, like we gotta lock in or something like that." And you know, here's since then.
Yeah, cause y'all using his video.
No, that's my video.
Oh, he was in your video. Oh yeah.
Well, that's our video. People don't know that. Now they know that.
Well, because it's not out yet, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's our song.
But you shot that on the subway in New York?
Yeah. Like around that area.
How was that experience?
That's my first time even being by the subway out there. They wouldn't let me get on the train. I'm like, I want to get on the train. They're like, nah.
That was your first time going to New York in January?
Nah, that was my second time going to New York.
So all this, you've been traveling a lot now since like all your success?
Yeah,
Bef-
it's crazy.
Before then, like, have you left Indiana much, or?
Nah, I've never been on a plane until, like, recently. I've, like, road trip and shit, like, went to surrounding places. I ain't never been on a plane.
I mean, yeah, talking to you, it's like occurring to me how much of a surprise and a shock this must have been, because realistically, growing up in a small town and dealing with all these difficulties in terms of your family and everything, you probably didn't really expect much out of your life. So this has got to all be pretty shocking.
I never thought that this would happen to me. I never thought that I'd be successful without having to work a 9 to 5 or go to college. So it's crazy. And it's like overwhelming, but it's bittersweet too. I'm just appreciative of everything I have now.
Why you say bittersweet though?
Cause like, I don't know. At times I be like, I feel like I'm not deserving of shit. You know? I be like, damn, it should have been this person that got this.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have that bad.
Is it a situation where like people around you were like going harder at the rap shit, and you
Yeah.
feel like they should have?
Yeah, my best friend, Juan. In my eyes, he's so much more talented than me, and he's the reason I took this shit serious in the first place.
Yeah.
You know? So,
And he's still around. He's still
Yeah.
somebody you're close with.
yeah, still.
Yeah.
But now you just shedding light on him, so now everybody's gonna go check his music out.
Yeah.
So who's Don Don? Because I seen that.
That best friend from middle school.
He passed away or something.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
murdered.
Is that the first person you really lost?
But that one like hit me the most. 'Cause he was like my only friend when I was in middle school.
He got murdered in middle school, or
He got murdered when he was 16. After middle school.
And did that change anything inside of you? Seeing
Yeah, it's
something
like, I lost a piece of me.
that's crazy. I seen in the comments that one of your homies Don Don was here to see.
He'd be smiling.
Yeah.
Did you finish high school?
No. I dropped out after freshman year, but when I was pregnant with my child, I went back and got my HSC. That's the same thing.
Okay. Okay. Why'd you drop out?
I mean, I didn't feel like school was work. I felt like it was pointless. I was doing bad shit. That wasn't like my focus point. And there was a lot going on in my life. I didn't have time to focus on school. Cause I made it to a point where I just stay in my bed all day. And fuck school.
Yeah. What kind of jobs do you have throughout high school and shit?
I think I worked in there every job that Michigan City had to offer. I worked at Shrimp Max, Cold, shit. McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's. I worked at the casino out there, the boat.
Were you getting fired or?
I think I only got fired one time. I was really quitting on the ass. Yeah. I'd be like, I'm sick of this shit.
You just couldn't handle it? You're just a little bit too much of an independent spirit?
Nah, it's not that. I just don't let people play with me. Like, I wasn't fucking with them.
And if you work at McDonald's and somebody's screaming in your face, you just
I'll just walk out.
You just gotta take it if you want to keep the job.
If you want to keep the job, yeah. He'd be like, thank you.
Yeah. It's a very particular skill set.
McDonald's is the worst job I ever had in my life.
How long you worked there for?
I worked there, I think, 2 times, probably like 3 months for each time.
Okay.
What they had you doing?
Shit, I was doing everything. A cashier, majority of the I hated it.
Cashier.
Does it pick up eating McDonald's for you? Could you still eat it?
I don't eat that shit.
Really?
I see. Panera Bread was my favorite job. I worked for the city of Gary too.
What were you doing for the city?
I was doing non-profit organization work. I did financial year.
The gambling boat's not kind of depressing.
It is. I was in the room. I was doing phone service.
Okay, like on the hotel and shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I got their points in it. We clock in like 1 second later.
Really? So what led to you doing on the radar points? Like, how did you end up going for this stuff? Did you already have anything helping you out at that point, or how'd they discover you? Really? Your YouTube videos, or was it TikTok or something? That's interesting. I hear that from like they find. I'll definitely look at something. But you don't normally do that?
No. I didn't know it was gonna be big.
So
It was a dope.
you can bring it. I think I bring it a little bit. So that's your preference. You don't want it to be good. I mean, it's tough. I see it with my girlfriend.
I don't know. I had to stop because I used to get trapped in them and just like read every single comment. And I text some people. I'll be like, bitch, bitch, bitch. And I'll text people and argue with them on Twitter too. I had to stop. Yeah.
Mess up your
That
mental.
made me crash out.
At a certain point, it's just you can't respond.
Bro, they say whatever the fuck comes to their head.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go outside and touch grass. Like,
What's that tatted on you? Is it rear?
rare.
What made you
I'm
get?
so rare. I got it tatted on my
All right,
hand.
that's what you said in the.
Yeah.
I thought you said I was so real, but you said I was so rare. I got it tatted on my hand.
Yeah.
All right, for sure.
She got the yin yang too. What's that represent to you?
I don't know. Everybody has their Law and Order. I hate bro bitches just a little. Shit, I mean a lot. When I pop out, I come real trim, cause some bitches watching. I like green bills like green tomatoes, cause they stuff my pockets. Call my whole gang and they my dogs when they eat the box. If you would fuck a broke bitch with no money, use a condom. I can't fuck with you, don't wear designer. My partners, they be scheming, cops and robbers. He say my name, I start information, blame Chicago. He say don't play with him, I swear to God that I go viral. If I wear a wig, just know that it ain't come from out my pockets. Your boyfriend love big Georgiana. Had to ditch my lasted cause the feds is watching. I can't go out like that cause my son don't have a father. If I say I love you, then I mean it, so don't fuck it up. I got 1,000 people on my bubble trying to turn me up. If some new I'm acting new, I might start cutting up. I like to hang with big dogs, ain't all messy like the little pups. I got the juice, I know I ain't talking wild. I know the real you, so why the fuck you trying to act hard? Damn, King.
Yes, man. Come here.
Hey, yo, phone.
Hey, cowboy. The fuck they tried to bid me? I'm the big girl. Like the fuck type time they on. My Jeff 543, that shit a fucking killing new hollow dollar. What I want, put shit together. Got my shooters payroll. They on the run. I swear. Outside that be how me, my shooters relationship. You ain't get in that V, so why the fuck you saying shit? Shit, I just sent the blitz, bro. Humped him down and came back with a bone. I'm a self-made zombie, walking heavy, let do drills alone. I'm drilling chrome. Think you the shit, you not the fuck. I'm outside when it get dark. Them 7-6 on they get sharp teeth. Man, rock your was to the fucking cradle. Point 4, why call mix it with the tricks inside the fago. Percocet, they on my mind. I don't know why. I get on sleep. Bro, said he on my ass, breathe with a blick whenever we meet. Damn, I got my mama mad. I put 2 full cake on my teeth. I done tagged dope on my face, cause I put thugs up on these streets.
Oh, what? On phone them niggas, the fuck?
Go!
Nigga get me mad, get on the gram and post a Curtis Jackson. That's a 50, just in case you asking. Shit, I feel like AI when I'm ballin'. I don't need no practice. Oh, just threw it on me in the strip, that tricked off the back and back to back. That truck ain't looking like what the hell Joe Biden. Shit, this brag I reach you fuck with us. You can't do no hiring. Try it out, fill up with fish and flips. Come and choose your liking. Bitch, I got a route just in time. Like a fucking light. Baby, I feel like it's skies on when I'm in the whip. Ho, keep asking me about other hoes. I'm tired of this look. Fresh up on the box for the fit. I ain't never supposed to dress. Just run me on some they feel. Boys is moist and I don't need to slide soon as you. But that triple mic walked up out of bed with so much tea, they think I pulled a heist. I done did so much hurt in my life, I take it over. Christ, last year I was in Bush with trap. With Drizzy, more combat, switch up on the cup. Married team too tight, it's 25. What I just see from some fly fucking knowing Trina's him. Telling me to pick a side, she got she said, you proud of me. Got a little bitch inside suburban, you ain't hardly see. Was in the city, teaching for the watch, you know this time is free. I'm in love with the passion, I'm no meat cheap. There's no reason to know this shit, I ain't going to a city. Bitch, I just rolled up like a GT, I made you miss the time, it never was anything to know, just not a deal. Bang the bag, bang the trucks, I had to swap the beers. Routes and going down, like I'm saying, that is not my kids. Then he bust up this match, feeling like I'm coaching them. She was always like, yeah, I don't know what to do now. Break the nigga down, kick that shit, break the nigga up. Did the daddy, nothing like the piano. Rachel told me he was speaking on the nigga that nigga, he found a nigga, bitch had a nigga right. Nigga, yeah, this shit like this, some shit I ain't see, son of a it's real cab, tell him, man, he the ass nigga from the trenches, nigga, fuck the fame. Sorry, cause got the blocks, jumping out the black Escalade truck, I better go to that. I'm in the trenches, bitch, relax, I'm where the shooters at. Percent 10 on the shade, Ricky hit the toe, bitch, look like she from Himalayas. When we get done, they gonna pay this back. I thought Fancy wanted me. This one wanted back. I can kick my feet or not. I can really relax. She gon' fuck that game for free. We got the last days. If I take me out some leave, I take it on black. Then I'm really too. I can catch the vibe. This shit ain't gon' fuck. She can step aside. Max hit the blunt sometimes. Now he hella high. They gon' lie, pick pressure. Just a little. Every time I do message, I just pull up on you. And every time you push up on me, stop telling what you want for. Why the hell you going to Trump? Why you flying on you? Why the next thing you need to? This is really what I'm saying. Slay not everybody. We like Richie Gang. She think she can stay high. She can raise a cane. It's hard for me to fall in love. Like Major Payne. I hear Cyrus lick above. I see number rain. Florida's eyes, I got me beat. Got me out my brain. She tryna act like she no freak. Fine shit acting lame. No, we slide a 7 deep. Better get out the way. I go viral every week. They just like my face. I got blue honey Tony on that next place. I'm tired damn with that Twitch. This ain't my space. This ain't where we can be. This ain't my place. I do so that Friday. Some more jail. Early morning for gravy on your biscuit. Pop up out your bush early morning, put gravy on your biscuit. Pay for these chopsticks and this bitch squirt. I call it Chinese kitty. Running with yakking, so many zappers. Call this bitch a sniper. Make them all jealous, then I'm tear. I fear a guy, but I don't fear. You want a drill bag? I'm scared. I got 19, my underwear like, hey yo. Robert Lissy hit the toe. I rock that shit if it don't go. I'm in my A, think I'm a Zoe. I'm in the strip club, make it snow. Hey yo. Pull up 2, turn back to back. The perk had hold attack, the cops behind, I had the yak, I hit the gas, that shit goes, hey yo. Brody bust down like the face, the wild card green don't like the taste. I shoot a walk down, beat the case, he got the scheme, I ain't seen a trace, like, hey yo. so many perks. I fucked the bitch, I quit. Ooh, goddamn. So I with that trash shit like a ram. Goddamn. She niggas bitch. And it's Halloween. Bitches ask me what I feel. Little bitch, I'm on the bitch, I'm living. She gon' shot. If I'm sipping lean. So bitches got the brown. You already on her cause I like her. Shoot a drink with Kobe Phoenix, she'll fucking sniper. Goddamn, oh with that goddamn. Feel like I shoot a FS strike first put up cause I'm in that jam. Goddamn. The purpose saturate out prescription cam. Mix the Xanax with the lean, bitch, I'm the faces. I be laying. Keep out to get him a pipe. Play with us, the end of his life. Fast like, yeah, we like playing a strike. Stick bitch, she know I'm fucking alright. We hit the gas if we ever crash, bail up, but ain't going on the pipe. Bounce out, they got the hoes. I could have been dead, but now I ain't doing tonight. Now I ain't chasing these slots, I'm trying to get rich. That bag goes open, it comes in slow, and I learned to get up this dick. Might make her my bitch. Button boys, we turn blocks to fullies too fast and might glitch. He ain't go out well. He died on the hit. Fuck 12. Take me to my cell. Not loud when I snitch. Pretty as hell. And she thick as fuck. Button boys, we turn blocks to fullies too fast. Switching the Drake. Everywhere till you get shot in your face. Bending on us and they know we don't play. We scratch out the scene, left him DOA. We running them down, you know we gon' finish them. Niggas think this, they throwing subliminal. Yeah. On the net, they some internet criminals. Won't see that niggas, I'd rather just give with them. I'm at your door and I'm at your mama crib. You play with me, you get shot with some Draco shit. Niggas be tough and like they be sweet as hell. Push it up and I send niggas straight to hell. Fuck 12, I can't go to the list. On your ass, I'm to that 40 speed. Niggas big teeth until they ass finished. Up to the top for the shit like a banana. Speed on the J's too fast, out of rap. Real 762, King Drake, real slap. Put the K to his face if he say he holding racks. Well, I might rob a rapper that just signed the record deal. Shoot it up like shit. You know how we get. Take me a fucking kick. Still your bitch. Time with a switch on the back of the neck. I know that bitch gon' kick. Some gon' plan, I ain't tryna kick. To the right, right, Drake switch. Way back, got straight some kicks. Niggas ain't that, they straight, bitch. Slago. Straight switch, the Ace be spinning the band relentless. Call a blast on the nigga, you put cause I got some niggas and they don't be missing. Play your attention with some of the tricks. Only been over to keep my distance. I'm gonna get over to you, forget it, bitch. Get it. I was gonna put in the coffin. That little leg shot, it wasn't shit. I jump out when I shoot on miss. Your homie dead, he resting piss. When I be out here, it's 50 and switch. I catch me a wide. Know I'm gonna finish him. If you get caught, just know you gonna die when the finger be itch. Not bad, don't lie with me. If you in the bite, just come get outside with me. If when the bite, just come get outside. I jump out the whip, they ducking and diving. Bell out the whip, you know it's your time. And niggas be bitch, they shooting inside. Shit, get out that whip, we gon' catch you, son. Ain't no bitch, I run from nothing. And miss, they say, put something that one nigga know how to run and go pick your brother, bitch. Now that's disrespect. Fuck, now if I new guy come next, run this big custom. If I tell you, I'm step off. When you just want to tell me, shit, got 15 that bitch is real. You see that glizzy, yeah, that's glizzy for me. You acting up, you acting tough, yeah.
No jumper. Coolest podcast in the world, and today this feels like a very important conversation to have because I've realized that there's a big segment of the population that loves hearing stories from, I don't know if we're going to call it the golden days, but an era of adult entertainment. For sure, you are, I thought, one of the most integral pieces of this, so I'm very excited to fill in the blanks there. We got Lexington Steele on the podcast. How you doing, bro? I'm great, man. Can't complain. Very excited to have you here, man. How's life right now? I can't complain. I'm staying busy. You know, a lot of schemes for me. Things that, you know, boys are right. You know, continue to love and to do it as long as it's life. I'm happy and excited that it's still life. You know, things are good. Good people have, in my opinion, it's good teams. You know, I like to cherish, every weekend. You got a certain point, you do the math. Statistically, you can put a number of people figure out life in life. This way, and there is just so much information out there. You can have conversations with multiple people. I realize that they have a strange about what type of furniture should be.
And even on video, if you look at the stuff that's produced by my label, my brand, What are you guys doing?
Yeah. I go a little bit deeper, and there's one where she's
God damn.
So I learned to deny rules and authority that I have. You know what I'm saying? With for particular female or any of the more skills, and then functioning, what I know from our data.
theoretically, but this dude's got the gift of being able to talk to him. And I've always kind of admired that. And to combine that with also being a stellar male performer is kind of a rare combination. A lot of the male performers I know, not necessarily the best talker, you know?
Well, it's a skill I was talking about is the ability to socialize in a bar environment, right? Because as you get older, you realize that those sorts of skills are applicable in many environments.
And nobody teaches you that.
You can't. It's a way to behave, right? I mean, like if I never liked beer, right? So I would never be in the bars and certain things. I would never be at the bars. Like I would never like that. I have good friends that are in the South, right? Go South to dance. I could dance, but I love this stuff. I don't like to eat, so I miss out on that opportunity when I do. So it's just a case of
life like coming up? Not, you know,
I grew up in suburban County Morris, Capital Campus, Southeast Georgetown. Headquarters of the administration George Washington Vernon. So it's an historic town. Great ones like guy friends of now my parents black and that moved having moved there in 1992. I was born actually had a group by the time they had my sister moved in, they had a they had to just which I remember it was in the 60s early at that time. So it was different years for them, but when I came around, I oneness with them. That is like, I was an athlete my whole life. Going to college was not my house with my sister. Before me, 2 years ago, I went to school at college. And so that led to a professional career after school.
so you, at what age did you decide that you wanted to become a stockbroker? Because that was your first real career, right?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what happened. Going through my teen year at 17, I really didn't know what I was scared to do anything else at. Because my association with history, American history, so I was going to study constitutional law, and I was preparing for the LSAT. And that fall semester, a lot of the collegiate workshops would have job fair, big job fair. The Syracuse is a big communications school, perhaps a number, or maybe Northwestern, Barnable, but Syracuse is a big communications school. So the job fairs in Syracuse bring in super serious opportunities. So my background what the job fair was also going in was financial that were looking for pursue that are graduate. So I started interviewing a lot of the financial institutions, and there was one that really, that was interesting, and I took an opportunity. So I came out in May of '93. I was literally walking down to 67 Wall Street by June of '93, and I was licensed in April of '94. I earned my Series 7, my Series 63, and
So basically, you're building a pretty nice life for yourself. Living in the city?
yeah. That my parents' house. I was in my parents' house. I've actually, I guess I would say, I moved out to, I've been on my own. So, yeah.
And you were actually working in the World Trade Center for a period of time?
Well, my first 3 years were actually, that was chemical MSL. That was I was on the 36th floor. Oppenheimer operated a number of floors, although, um, you know, I think there's only 2 or 3 floors in a Twin Tower too. Had I still been a broker, I don't know whether I still would have been with Oppenheimer in the tower. If I had been with Oppenheimer over those course of those years, I perhaps may have been in that building.
Right.
When the tower. Yeah, I lost 4 friends. Yeah, 2 friends from college. 2 very close associates that I worked with over 5 or 6 months. As a broker that year. That's great. That's why. Underneath. So you know, it hit pretty close to home. You know, when it happened, I remember everything that took place. You know, saying that morning.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
So how do you somehow start to pivot out of this life of a square stockbroker to also when you're slowly getting into the adult?
What the?
Happened and what year was that?
All right. So boom. 9, 7, life, 9. Now, you know, if becoming a broker is something that's really risky, where if you make it to the point where you become licensed and you start at old age, there's no business that's going to down. It's like sink or swim. So if you're licensed at a certain point, everybody gives you respect a little bit more. Then you get invited to the social. Because now, like, boom, I've never, you know, that's it. Wait. But, I would just say that as a young man, I did not.
Okay. That was a big part of the social scene.
Oh my God! Like I feel like this because I didn't partake and I was unaware. I was never invited to the social thing. So once I began to make money, when people became respect, a little bit more respect, then you got invited to certain things. You know, and so what I came to realize, ironically, when I went to see the movie Wall Street, that scene with Leonardo DiCaprio and Matthew McConaughey, when they're at the restaurant, right? You know, so that's just right. You're talking about seeing the world. That shit is true. I literally almost fell out of the chair to hear this because I had no idea that everyone around me was, I mean, doing rails like you wouldn't believe. Because here's the thing, Adam, we used to, you know, so when we followed the Nikkei, right? So we were in our offices like 5:30, right? You know what I'm saying? Because Nikkei was hours before ours. So by 7 p.m., 12, 14 hours later, I'd be like, I could style another come back upstairs and then relax for another 2 or 3 hours. I couldn't do it. And the day would make a lot of money. The guys I could go till 10 p.m. I couldn't do it. I can't do it. I was always amazed. So when I saw that movie, I was like, wow, that's how some of them did it. Now, the first firm I was at, yes, because that was more of a, not a boiler room, if you will, but more of a sketch. The boardroom, the proverbial boardroom, most people think that it means boiler.
once he's taken over, basically the same setup. We're gonna hold our spot here at B. 7 and 8, you guys aren't leaving A. At one point, like 7 says we're all good. Daniel will tell me 8, you're gonna come over here and help with B, but you're gonna be basically sitting on bonfire, left side bonfire, in between A and B, and you're gonna like basically just try to clear out this bonfire. If we control bonfires, it's a lot easier for focus playing and stuff like that. So 10 is also going to, if they're pushing hard on A, they're trying to take A. 10 will go over to A if we're all here. If they're taking over B and it's like, okay, fuck, we got respawns and all this shit, we are trying to get to A. This is our setup. We want to set up A. 10 and 8 are going to be on this bonfire side, close to the beach, kind of, or try to stay near ramparts. You don't want them to come up to ramparts. 9 is going to be sitting on the wall here at ramparts, but also, jumping down when they need to fight people. Okay, so 7 is going to be on this left beach side. Also, you guys are going to be on where to go. Same setup. 3's top left, 5 bottom left. 6 top left. You want to try to choke obviously, if they're coming up on a rampart here, us as a ball, we can take on anyone. If they have a bunch of people coming, you 3 are moving together and going on your rampart. I'll call that shit. When we get into the fort, they will come in this A door. They will try to ram this A door. 2 and 4, we're all going to try to defend here. 7 and 10, I want you at the back door immediately. Once they break down a door, I don't push in right away, but if they do, then it's called play it by ear. We're basically going to go but at the you want melee at the front, range I want you on the wall. If you're range, you're on the wall. You're trying to get to the walls and not getting sucked into any bullshit. If they're spreading out, 4 are left on this left door, 1 and 3 is on the middle door, 5 and 6 is on the right door, 9 is a flex group for either B or the middle door or right door, 8 is a flex for middle or left door, 7 and 10 you guys are controlling back. Once we're in the fort and we're trying to establish our defense right here, 9 is going to be this respawn. You're trying to sit on this dirt, 8 is going to sit on this dirt, 7 and 10 you guys are at the back. You guys are trying to help on this heaven and hell spot. You want to hold the stage. Any range, you have to stay. Your job is to stay on the wall. You don't want to get caught. If someone goes up on the wall, 8 and 9, you guys are joining on the wall to try to help clear the enemies that are taking out our range on the wall. Healers, you want to sit on the wall too. If you have a staff, you're sitting on the wall. And that's it. That's how we're going to do it. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, a lot of calls played by ear. How to play goes. That's your general idea. Whose job is where to clump. You guys are kind of going to be the initiators of a grab well. So when I call it on 2, I kind of want you to grab well. And then on 1, I want the rest of you guys to grab well. Pop your detonate. You grab well, pop your detonate, and then get in there. And everyone kind of just try to filter in those grab wells as possible. All the
Hey, come on, dude.
Okay, let's push these guys off our back line, and then we're gonna push all together onto point. Everyone hold your grab wells. Don't throw these random grab wells yet. We're gonna clump all together. This is our last shot for point here. Push them off point. Push them off point. Let's go. Top of point. Top of point. Everything you got on top of point.
Look at this shit, dude. Long ass fucking loop. Fucking bullshit, dude. Because you're trash. You're welcome, motherfucker. Yo, what? Oh my god, bro. A fell. You fucking idiots. You guys suck. Stupid shit, bro. Who's fucking leading?
Login. As expected.
No. That's your fault. Whoever's leading it, that's your fucking fault. Why is everybody on the roof?
I think we still need to work on the detonate. I saw the gravel. The gravel up on take a picture of the scores there. they were, a lot of them weren't on point. I don't know if I was just looking at like who was left on healers or some range, but we had a lot of bruised. Like I slotted a lot of bruised this next time. I think there was 12 of us, and then you had your IGBG, a couple, 3 IGBGs. So.
Oh, Bloom, can you show your war thing again on slide 2? Because I need to prove to Bo I'm right.
Yeah, hold on.
The best way to prove something.
I know when I was on point fighting, I would go to maintain health pretty consistently, but then it would just be like all of a sudden it'd be like 100 to 0, like just instant. Something happened. We had good years. I was consistent fighting, and then just all of a sudden 100 to 0. And it wasn't necessarily like them doing a detonate pump, because we would call that in our micro group and try and back out, but every once in a while it would just be like instant.
Just dead. Yeah, I don't know. What were you gonna say, Bo?
Next slide, the one where we're all on point eight.
Oh, shit. Oh, no.
There is the change. That's the change.
I look back at Mark, like, no, I don't see any of them up there. And I even told her, they were like, yeah, really nice point, because no one's there anymore.
I noticed that we just like, cause I was all of a sudden up, and then all of a sudden down. So I don't know.
Yeah, it sucked because that's how it felt. Like you would just be at 100% and then you'd be dead. And I have tons of health, tons of resistance, tons of armor, and I barely ever die in our wars. And I died so much. And I can't even say we did anything wrong. Like it didn't feel like, oh no,
I didn't feel like
not doing things right. I would just be dead. And I was like, what? Okay. I don't even know. That was weird. It just, yeah. I really don't think we made any major mistakes. They just, for some reason, wanted to bring the cannon 5. They only had 5?
No. Okay, well then they had a bunch of melee damage, because they had so many great axes and fucking warhammers. Maybe you call them something else when they do something like have something different, but when you were on point, they had like there was like 10, 15 of them in there.
That guy was fun. Like he did not stop calling crashes, and we were trying to crash. See, that's one thing I noticed is that we weren't able to get out of those crashes. I mean, on B, like those are 3 crashes that we had to deal with. A, we got 2 crashes out of them.
Incoming crashes like
Yeah.
seconds instead of minutes.
Yes, and so I tried to practice day crashes. We need to do a practice day. I think we need to do a practice day. But the thing is, like, I kept going in for crashes. What's up? I mean, we can try.
Can I make a suggestion on
But like, I kept every time I would go, I would try to help. I would try to throw a scream into a crash or whatever. I was just dead, and then after that, I can't call anything. So I need like someone that's willing to have war comms, and if they need to, I'm dead, and then after that. continue a crash call or whatever. Or I just fucking play survive and watch the whole thing go down. But I was trying to at least throw in some kills or some screams to try to get their healing down. Fucking get those balls. But yeah.
Are we running a blue beacon like
Yeah, I got further away.
yeah, usually the raptor goes
Yeah.
we got fun. That's why we
Well, we had enough cruisers where we could have, like, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing to have a vines in there. Very. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. You want. Yeah. Yeah. You're setting yourself up to failure. Yeah. And that's a good point to bring up because if like you know how if just like on the plan or whatever I put together that did not go anything according to plan was the even numbers 4, 2, and 6 are on the right side and 3, 1, 5 are on the left side. When we were at 8, 5, and 6 should definitely switch, so don't worry about that. Um, but basically you guys want to be playing right at kind of 1 and 2 is pretty much on like kind of break in. You're standing on the right of it, then yeah, you're like in close. Yeah, I got you. Like Eski said, I think it's our perception. Like, oh, I gotta set up, and I didn't clear it, and I didn't say anything about it. But it's like, oh, we gotta set up in our points here. Where I think we kind of gotta see how they're gonna approach it, and then when there's an actual we get a break or something, then you can kind of set up in the 5 bottom left, 6 bottom right, blah blah blah. But no, that's totally a good point. Just the back to me. We gotta try. We gotta try to
Yeah, it
watch what
focus
they're
helps
doing.
with the. You
Yes.
have to have some sort of setup for the
I
heels
have.
because I had
Yes.
longer range.
Yes. Yes. That's very true. Yes.
But I get, yeah, we gotta be flexible. Having it.
Yeah, and like on like Eski realizing and stuff, I think we gotta try to kind of.
Any
This is the point of these wars, is that we can yearly feedback, and then you for a person that hasn't done it, or because I know Eski's done a lot of these wars, and especially after Europe, so like you can kind of like, oh, okay, maybe I don't rush them with the rest, and I just kind of wait to see what's gonna happen, and then wait for them to kind of come up with the one or two that are the key, let's say.
are there any disruptors that I can arrange in a separate channel or something? That's what I'm talking about. Any veteran disruptors? It's a spear. That's a spear. But it's a quick question. I just want to ask you. I'm not trying to talk over like this whole thing. Alright, so as I'm looking at here and I'm looking on the video for this disruptor, just one of the videos that you guys posted, it's like he wants it fortifying perforate, yet he doesn't use perforate. So I'm kind of curious why. It's kind of I was thinking about perforate, but at the same time, I was wanting to keep sweet. And there's nothing that actually adds weight to the sweet, which actually want to take another chance of 50% against weighted targets. I was like, if I was to push sweet instead of perforate, bring it up without extra draw, just go for a knockdown. It's more damage, and I add weight to it, which also increases my crit. Like, to me, it works a lot better, and I was just kind of curious if that's a direction somebody else has gone, like if it makes sense or not. That's all. Yeah, especially when you have sacrificing dealer got a lot more damage on point because he was focusing on point. And so I know my group, Group 9, we did make a mistake where we ran off Rampart, started running around the beach on A. But we were mainly focusing single targets on the back line, wrapping around A.
Yeah.
So our whole group was also range DPS. We didn't have a disruptor or bruiser in our group, so we were pretty much just picking off the back line with DPS with maybe
Yeah, you need a
more
you
time
need
on
a
point.
yeah
You
you
know.
need a disruptor. I meant to. I think you had Yeezus, Mel, Blue.
Yep.
Yeezus, Mel, Blue, Gucci, and you. Yeah.
Yep.
There's five.
So
Yeah, and you guys are all range.
none of us really died. We played smart. We played for our lives. I think I died once. I don't know anyone else. Maybe Mel died once, but for the most part, we all stayed up. But we were
Yeah,
more
you
focused on the back
honestly
line.
you need. Yeah, and like you need that disruptor so that you can stun the fucking guy. And
Yep.
that's 100%. That was obviously an overlook by me.
I think there was a lot of people who were very good.
Yeah, that's a big thing. You honestly like 1-6. You can do like you can get on 4, but it's not worth it. And 5 is 5 and 6. Like yeah. So you gotta get. I think you gotta get more figured out for that as well. Trying to get the comp. 1-6 is mainly you need to be in art, like you need to be in the chat just for these. Like you need to be in the main war room just for the crashes, any kind of calls, because the main ball, you're part of that main ball. But room 7 to 10, every single person should be in that series, 100% without a doubt.
Yep. And we were in room.
boardroom was just a big den of retail brokers. You know, Oppenheimer was a bit more cushy, a bit more plush. I mean, like broker had a redwood. We had our own redwood square cubicle. You know, but everybody was doing it. And it was a means that a lot of guys used to become young millionaires. And not that I would have partook at that time because I was still an athlete. I was still playing soccer. You know, and so I wouldn't have done it.
Which thankfully you had that instinct, because as a grown man now, I think of that and I'm like, wow, the abuse on your body that cocaine will do to you, and the lack of sleep, etc. It's just like hard for me to imagine any benefit that you could get in your career that would actually compensate for it. And also, listen, if you want to stay up all night, you could do something like Adderall.
But
there's a lot of better options.
Yeah, but we're talking circa, you know.
Yeah.
From my experience, would have been like, you know, we're talking 93 through 90, you know, 98, 99. You know, those, you know, I'm saying the people that I knew, in retrospect, yeah, they were blown out. And like I said, something I know that I wouldn't have gotten into at that age because, like I said, I was still playing sports. You know, and that's something that had stayed with me for a very long time. Whereas I've had a lot of experiences where I've been around a lot of recreational drugs. But going back to how it got me into the business, and I'm sorry, I kind of went off track.
Okay.
This is what happened. The first party I was invited to was a gangbang, 16 on 1. I bought a friend of mine, my best friend. I told you that would have, you know, he was also in finance. He came with me. We were 17 and 18 in an 18 on 1 gangbang, right? Now I get there. I'm seeing 4 or 5 of our managing directors in line, the line that circled around the room. Oh shit! And everybody was waiting to check. Now it was so funny because everybody was butt naked, right? The chick was in the middle of the room. The line circled the walls and then ended with her in the middle.
And is she being paid for this, or is
no,
this
utterly recreational?
Wow, for the love of the game, amazing. Okay.
Well, you know, and so these are some of the fun things that were available to that type of recreational activity of broker.
Right.
Now, there were other activities that would include going to the Hamptons, what have you. You know, I never experienced that because I never hung with the guys that were making that kind of money. See what I'm saying? So the guys that I was with were the guys that were still grinding. You know, so we weren't like, you know, the blue bloods as of yet. But everybody was doing the finest of the finest, the stickiest of the icky.
And was this one of the first experiences like this that you'd been invited to? And was it just automatic to you? Like, yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Well, it wasn't automatic to me. No, it was something that I took to, like fish out of water, like a fish into water. You know what I'm saying? It was something. But it was crazy because I met the first individual that pointed me in the direction that led to me getting into movies. There was a guy there that, that led me to magazines back when you know people look. I mean, like this is like it's crazy because I speak of this, and it literally is last century. The fact that Hardcore magazine is where I started out, and then that led to meeting a producer out of the Bronx.
Wait, so you would go shoot a porn scene, but it would just be photos?
Yeah, bro.
No video camera. Wow, that's interesting.
I mean, okay, so Matt, so we're in a studio, a fully professional studio, right? And so we'll be lit, such as your studio, and then of course the photographer. The problem is the magazine. Very few magazines had penetration photos. So you had to have. They wanted you to have an erection and keep it right down now, right up, but not. So, you know what I'm saying? She could act like she was going to touch it, but she couldn't. So you have to be able to maintain the posture of the neck without actually being there. Very, very difficult. And the thing is if between those, then you got the opportunity to could penetrate. That was another level. And then the next level was could you do video. So when I met the person that gave me the opportunity of video, I provided him magazines that showed me doing photos, the magazine, you know, that showed I could do it. And then the same too, I got into that was when I started doing some other professional work, putting in work professionally, no camera, you know,
Escorting
yeah,
type stuff.
Yeah.
How do you even get introduced to that?
Well, I mean, you know, okay. You know, for hetero men, it's a very, very limited market because most of the market is for the other side. Right. I had no, of course, no interest in the connection thereof. Was never, you know, part of my ethos, you know. But, you know, the same guy that introduced me to the magazine, for instance, he had a client, for instance, a perfect example, he had a client that would exploit some of his own borrowers, if you will. He was a New York guy, lower guy, guy that was there, the Lord fled to where the Lord came.
Or the picture.
You know, a guy that could use words like million, eggplant, and he would not have a problem with it because it wasn't necessarily a racial statement, it was a descriptive statement. But nonetheless, you wouldn't say anything to this guy. He was very wise.
Probably a lot of casual racism back then that hit differently than it would now, right?
It's regional. It's regional.
Right.
And with the understanding that like I'm a little bit older, so I remember when certain words didn't have the same abrasive cascade. They were no less abrasive, but it wasn't something where you like. And there are certain people that could say whatever they wanted to your face, and it would be like, I'm good.
Were you chosen at the gangbang just because they noticed that you were larger than the other guys?
No, you mean to be invited to the gangbang?
Oh no, afterwards. Like once you're there and you've got your clothes off, did somebody just spot you and say like, "Oh, you could do something in this business"?
It was funny because the broker that trained me started calling me Log Cabin, and once because here's the thing, when we were in the room, if you were in close proximity to someone, because I remember there's only one chick and there was guys running around gangbang. My eyes would not go below your nose. So everybody was, if you were next to me or adjacent to me, we were talking, we could hold a full conversation. I'm getting myself warmed up, you're maintaining yourself being warmed up, but our eyes would never go below our eyesight line. But if somebody across the room would have the peripheral, and so that was like, hey, they called me by my first name, but hey, Log Cabin, and I was like, aha. So that's what stuck. And the guy that was there, he was, that's how I got started.
Definitely. So, at what point do you move to LA at some point, or do you start shooting porn in New York?
All right. Oh man, shoot, man, we were like buccaneers, man. Like I got into a lot of fun. Like I was in a traveling troupe called the Gentle Giants, right? And this is going back. This was 95 through 98 when I moved to LA in 98. But the Gentle Giants, we would travel from New Hampshire, as far north as New Hampshire, to as far south as Virginia, to as hosting or being hosted at lifestyle events.
Right. And this isn't a paid opportunity. This is just for the love of the game.
No, I mean it was just recreational for us. So the thing is like at this point, it wasn't commercialized because if say a husband and wife in the lifestyle, if they were swingers, as you know, right? So say if they're swingers and they want to capture the moment with this is when people had the big shoulder mount cameras, the big.
Right.
This is before the VX1, even the VX1000. Before that,
guys want to see dudes with huge dicks with their wives, and then they want to make their own personal copy of it so they can relive this.
So they when they can watch it, and then both of them get excited. They have a great time. Years later, they're like, let's look at the the night when, and that that's a cool thing. So we would travel up and down. Sometimes we were compensated, or we never had to pay for the accommodation.
Right.
And the parties would be like Friday night and Saturday night. And the Friday night was great. Saturday night was better because you had people that were there Friday would come to the Saturday event, and the Saturday event would be twice as big as the Friday event.
Mm.
And I was a younger dude, so I had the resilience of a younger dude.
And this is an era where there's no bills.
No, there was no. I mean,
you're just sold all on your own, right?
No, you could do. I mean, well, it was fun.
Yeah,
it wasn't a pressurized situation that like a movie thing.
right.
But yeah, it was before. It was before anything.
Different era.
Yeah,
you had to really have it in you.
Well, you had to
be
really want to do it. But like I said, it wasn't a commercialized environment.
It's
like
just interesting because when I was sitting here having the same conversation with Dredd, and I realized he was in the lifestyle for many years before he realized that this was something that he could monetize.
Yeah.
He was just doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Getting flown out to go work with somebody's wife off camera, just for fun.
Yeah.
Which, if you didn't know that you can make money from it, then of course, sounds like a good time.
I was made very well aware of the money making. Now the swinger part of it, that was more recreation than trying to make a buck. But the other stuff that was happening, even the stuff that I'm sure that you talked about with Dredd, those paid gigs, those were like, the dude I was talking about in New York, he actually had circumstances that I can't even speak on. And in retrospect, it reminds me of some of the stuff that people are being accused of today. But there was a lot of stuff that was happening. In terms of sex for recreation, sex for commercialized sex, and sex out of certain degrees of obligation. You know what I'm saying? That can or cannot be in one's best interest to speak on.
Right. Okay. Really? Yeah. So, at what point do you realize I want to make this my life? That this is a career. This is a better way to earn a living than being a stockbroker.
All right. So I would say this is wow. Okay. So I got out here in '98, and I started working for a company called Anabolic. At the time, Anabolic was like the premier, next to Evil Angel, the premier gonzo company.
Okay.
Best stuff in the world. They also had a line called World Sex Tour, where they traveled the world shooting in various places all over. So my first summer of '98. By then, I still was licensed. I was still, you have 2 years after your last execution to still maintain your license, right? So when I came in '98, I knew I had till 2000 to make a decision: back to Wall Street or stay in the business. My license was still good till 2000. So summer of '99, I got to the point where I was traveling. I was on the travel team with Anabolic. I was one of the 4 or 5 guys that they would take on these trips across the globe. So a buddy of mine that my best friend, which I speak of often, he was about to go to grad school, business school, and took a vacation. I said, well, we're going to be in France. I thought, come out to France, and because we were going to Cannes. This was around Cannes Film Festival. So we went to Cannes and then Paris. This is summer of 1999. And literally I'm sitting out front of, I still remember the clothes I had on. To make a decision, back to Wall Street or stay in the business. My license was still good till 2000. So summer of '99, I got to the point where I was traveling. I was one of the 4 or 5 guys that they would take on trips across the globe. So a buddy of mine that my best friend was actually developing, he was about to go to grad school, business school, and took a vacation. I said, well, we're going to be in France. Because we were going to Cannes. This was around Cannes Film Festival. So we went to Cannes and then Paris. This is summer of 1999. And literally I'm sitting out front of, I still remember the clothes I had on, this shirt my man had on. I'm at the Eiffel Tower. Yep, and I said to him, now I'm here in Now, con, the Paris was on me. Whereas we fought the con for the festival of the work. And then from there, for me, Paris was because I'm already out here in France. So I'm out. That's the only time. You know what, man? I'm going to keep rolling with this. And like, there's no way I would have been a con film festival. I'm probably 5 years out of college. It wasn't. That's what I was doing. I was saying, it's working good. It's, you know. In the game, so like, we're not down to the you know. But yeah, I was like, we're fucking here. You know, so yeah, I was with summer of 90. The Eiffel Tower. I'm gonna run these kids. And so, because I didn't lose my television. I was only light. Right. It's not,
a different era with which likely to be discovered by the people in real life because of the way to see your Facebook feed will be lit up in a matter of days or weeks. This revelation. Was there any kind of consideration about that? Especially because you say you come from a good family. You can imagine your family might have been like, no, this is not what we work so hard to provide something in society for our kids to do.
No, but listen, I was 28.
Right.
So, at 28, my parents were like, yo, he's going to So my mother was just like, look, don't get sick. That was when people, there was a really fear of infection of HIV. So my mother was like, that's what she meant. She said, don't get sick.
Right.
She said, don't have a kid unless you don't. She told me those people, my father literally said, that he knew so once I graduated from college, and then I was a career between her and I was able to fly the coop right after I got out. I didn't cost him any more money. And my dad was like, what can you say to me? And because my mother didn't necessarily know how to talk to me, my dad knew that he knew that I could still return between finance within a window. But he also knew that at 28, and how much I'm doing,
guys, even if you're one of the DAOs, have a hard time performing. Even guys who I know have been doing it for years and years and years still will have a hard time performing sometimes. Did you ever experience anything like that, or were you always kind of natural?
I mean, no. I mean, yeah, I've been natural, but I'm saying, I'm not going to fail yet. But I mean, way earlier.
It took 3-4 years before he revisited it, which I thought was really interesting, because if you do your first scene and everything goes smoothly, you might likely to get into it. If you do your first scene and it doesn't go well, you might just get frustrated, right?
Yeah. Well, look, I gotta say that I can't speak to anybody else's, beginnings, humble beginnings or other. In my case, by the time I got,
you can sell half a key in 3 days, I'll give you half a key. If you can sell 100 grand, or you can sell 10 grand, just make sure you calculate and let me know what you can do in 3 days, because in 3 days I won't. And you got 20 books in a suitcase. You buy them for 7 in Puerto Rico, they 18 over here, and I'll turn that 18 into 40. If you don't give me my drug, I'm going to shoot. We're going to push the button on this situation. We was making money there.
Tito Roosevelt, a.k.a. Tito, is the co-founder of the Yellowtime Group, one of New York City's largest and most violent crack cocaine organizations. At the young age of 15, he and his partner Chango led a crew of 40 workers selling tens of thousands of miles daily in the Upper West Side. Their operations were linked to over 20 homicides and numerous shootings. They were so violent that a special task force from the New York City prosecutor's office was set up with the sole purpose of making them death. After going back and forth for prison, Tito is finally free and running another business on the same street that this crew was on. If you're in New York City, make sure to check out the show. Let's Side with Tito for more of his insights on walking tour his own daily life. Visit Patreon.com/TheGMAX show. Who's honored to speak with this week. Tito, right here on the Connect.
I was gonna get like 7 people hit for a brick. Take a shot. Boom, 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 boom.
That's when I see the lights start to flash. I didn't hear a thing. I just hit it. I was driving like close the door. And he pulls out
6 inches.
past 6 inches. And that's here. I hear it. Never leave the cell room without this. Here's the reason I'm not allowed president. Why do you think you mentioned your father was a heroin addict? Do you feel like the Puerto Ricans were the heroin addicts back then?
At that time, it was the
Do you know why there's a difference in these drug preferences and nationalities?
That's because they came in contact with the first. Because
right, dude.
A blue player has fallen. The Knights claim their triumph.
if someone was able to like, yo, let me know if he was pay you what I was gonna pay him, and you out of there.
Oh, so you incentivized your workers to snitch on each other if someone was breaking the rules?
Even if you wasn't my worker, you just happened to be in the neighborhood. You already knew that by letting me know that dude got high, you got $100. You ain't have to even be my worker. You could just be from the neighborhood and we knew you. So,
People wanted to get down with your crew because there was a good wage to be made.
yeah, of course. A lot of people wanted to get down. It was money to be made. You understand what I'm saying? And then you down with the situation with the it crew, like you able to move and maneuver. You have a certain type of respect. So yeah, people wanted that. A lot of people wanted that.
How many people do you think you had working or, involved at one time?
At any given moment, like it wasn't gonna, like you know they say you got like yeah. Everybody just said validity, so and that was all at the same time. At one time we had 19, 20 people. change. They just did when it gets violent, like when it's time to go to war, then they attack. But they have the green light to go around the neighborhood establishing little spots. And they'll come get the work from us and open up over there. They could do that. Not everybody could do that. So that was a privilege, you understand? So that's how a lot of the guys made money too on the side. So running the operation, 19, 20 people, from the tape to the lookout to the picture, putting the shares, like that transporter back and forth. But you had outskirts there with us, down with us, grab us, but they were assuming their money came from whatever they did on the side with our blessing, you understand? Right. And usually it was our work, so we were benefiting anyway.
So you're 16.
Ready for more?
You've met Chango, your co-D, your partner, your friend. You're on 107th. And, you know, I think being in proximity to Manhattan, too, is a benefit. Because, like you said, the way that you made real money in the drug game back in the day before cell phones and everything was a delivery, you had to have prime real estate.
Yes.
And New York is all about prime real estate.
Yes.
It's difficult to get real estate.
I mean, yeah, very difficult on both spectrums. On the legitimate side, you know, legitimately difficult unless you have the money. And then in the illegal aspect on that side of the spectrum is difficult unless you have the guns. And not just the guns, the ability to use those guns, the determination, the willingness. Just because you got a gun doesn't mean that you really need it.
But you guys were working out of buildings, I believe, that were basically abandoned.
Yeah, nobody was paying attention to it. It was there for years and nobody never paid attention. There was people selling crack there before us.
And the landlords didn't even come around?
For the abandoned building, but then we had another building that we used to run through.
3, 2, 1. The bloody contest begins! Blue player vanquished!
Saying or sell if you want to sell it they let out the
3, 2, 1. And here we
go! It would be you.
One valiant warrior! Is this not why you are here? Prepare yourselves for death and victory! 3, 2, 1. Make this a class to remember!
The streets, like, versus everybody trying to, there's people that father doing another job, and then the big brother hustling. So everything was situation where a lot of people from the hood back then were actually from stable two-parent households. They were just kind of working poor. You call them like the working poor. I mean, yeah. So it's like the same mentality as when you watch the Italians from back in the day. You doing a bunch of crime, but you're coming home being like a husband and a father, and you don't want your kids to really know what you're doing outside. That was the mentality and the culture in the West Side before we jumped out the window. And then you and Chango changed all that. Yeah, you turned that out. So what happened was, this is one of the reasons that Chang really came and sought me out. I was selling crack in the Bronx, right there in Manhattan. So after school, I would go to the Bronx, hustle to a certain time, and then come back to Manhattan, sleep, and go to school with pizza. That had agreed to get ready with me, and the man had an open hotel. So, you know, he showed the crack to another friend of ours. That friend so listen, just so this older brother. I'm the worst kid in the neighborhood. Even as I'm, you know what I'm saying, nobody but their brothers or nobody around me. So I'm not offend me. I don't come bugging for that family that, yo, his uncle such and such or his father said I didn't have none of that. So I'm fending for myself. In this particular incident, they took the drugs. I got figured out and I get out and move on. See me, he love me, yo, I see my brother. Quiet. Incident. I finish, I'm like, all right, cool, brother. Drug that, I'm not getting understand what I'm telling you. Eventually, it still is. Incident, him needing money and willing to jump out the window too. They just started before we did anything, we probably had 7-8 discussions where we used to hedge and we would just be talking for hours. Like, yo, what you think about this? I want you to do this, but what you do? Like, he would be picking my brain and be exploring ideas. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how that
It always, and
Today's
therefore I
episode
believe
is
the
sponsored
ancients.
by the #1 daily fantasy sports app in America. That is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the most popular, easy way to play daily fantasy sports with over 5 million active members. It's just you versus the numbers. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. Get in on the daily action with your friends and become part of the Prize Picks community today. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is even now offering Venmo for quick and easy deposits and withdrawals into your account this sports season. Do you think Steph Curry will score more than 27.5 points next week? Or how about Domantas Sabonis of the Sacramento Kings? Will he get more than 8.5 rebounds? Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this football and basketball season. You and your crew run your game on PrizePicks. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. You know me, I'm a huge fan of the PrizePicks apps. I didn't even fire on action before they started sponsoring the show, but now that they do, I'm making weekly picks, baby. I've been making picks on the NBA and the NFL. It's honestly the best time of year to jump in on PrizePicks. This week I've got Travis Kelce for more than 59.5 receiving yards and Saquon Barkley for more than 79.5 rush yards. Download the app today and use code CONNECT to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CONNECT to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup when you download the PrizePicks app. PrizePicks, run your game. So you guys brought the thug, the gangster, to the neighborhood of kind of this like middle class drug dealing landscape, because you guys were actually had to survive. You were poor as it gets by New York City standards.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that makes
I
sense.
wasn't homeless. I wasn't, like again, we just lived off welfare. So I didn't have cable.
Yeah.
I didn't have a VHS unless someone passed it down after a while. You know what I'm saying?
And you didn't even have adult supervision. Like you didn't have a time to be home. Like all the
I
other kids
don't
had.
get it wrong though. I got curfew, but it wasn't the curfew that my peers had. Like, my peers had to be home by 7, or when the light came down, I had to be home by like 10. You understand what I'm saying? Before everybody starts shutting down and go to sleep. You dig? So that's it. But I still had curfew. I still had to get good grade. If I failed, I get an ass whipping, and if I do something wrong and they teach me wrong, I get an ass whipping. But I still had more freedom than the average kid. Yeah, my mom wasn't trying to. They try to do the right thing. I'm gonna just like they ain't want me to be in the street, but my mom told me. I remember my mom telling me, "Yo, listen, well, all the right thing, go to school, do all that." But she was all outside running around. This is before the drugs. This is just me fighting and getting into them. So she was like, "Yo, listen, if you ever do something and you know it's gonna get back to you, you better tell me yourself, so I won't look stupid if somebody tells me, and I'm gonna respect it even if I don't like it." I held it to it. When I found some drugs, after a week, I went over there, showed her the gun and 100 crack. Look, Ma, this is what I'm doing right now. She was flabbergasted, but she got really sick because you already made a commitment to me. You know what I mean? So now what she's saying is, don't blame nobody's money. Make sure you pay everybody their money. And I want this for you, but don't play with nobody's money and don't use that. And try to have an exit plan with this. You know what I'm saying? So she just basically, she didn't know how to deal with it. She said one thing, she didn't know that I was going to come back with her with this. You know what I mean? What kid usually do come back and tell my mom, "What you told me to tell you what I did? Look, I'm pulling up some crack. And I got a gun. I'm good." Like, you don't see that like that.
So you guys said when you first took this building over, you had already had a body on you. Can you talk about that?
On one side, yeah, we had a body. Alright. So now you said something about like introducing the violence. Yeah, as far as the kid, we introduced that whole situation. Other than that, some people would get back down with a lot of fist fight. And somebody might get shot in the leg or a dude might shoot in the head. Every 2 months or whatever. That was it. Stab, maybe. That was it. Market Kumba is from the neighborhood, but he made his mark in the Lower East Side. That's a whole different culture. It's a Puerto Rican culture. It's the main dope outlet of New York City at the time, Alphabet City. Even I moved all that. So, as a worker, he was already rich, but he was working off of 30%, $30 off a bundle of dope. A bundle was 10 bags at that time. You selling 100,000, you get a $30,000. From there, you down your workers or whatever. But even if you go 86, 87. But along with that were all the stories of, because what happened was,
Who is Makatumba music?
Makatumba is what I consider and trying to consider our big homie.
Like a mentor.
Yeah. So he was like, you know, oh, that's the big homie. That's the only person that I can say in the street that I looked up to in that manner, and that, you know, I consider him like my father, even though he was old enough. Like, I ain't have no problem with that. Like, I wanted to be known as his God, his youngin, his affiliation with him. You understand? So that's who Makatumba is. From the neighborhood, he kind of grew up like us. He was always kind of rebellious, you know, trouble like that. And at school, the little side, I think it was Park. I think it was, but when it was a school down there, he met kids from the Lower East Side, started hanging out there. Kids from the Lower East Side, drugs, making money. We had young kids driving big whips and like that. So he got down with that. Now he's selling dope. But in the course of that, saw a lot of bodies going on. You know what I mean? So he's participating on that. And he's going crazy because he's not from down there. So in your mind, it's like, I'm not from here. Nobody knows me. So this could never get back to me. You know, time, bro. Like, you got to relax. But still, he never did get back to him. He died before anything. But that was that. Then he was in the newspaper being spoken about as a kingpin. So that was big news. They got a whole article on you talking about you a suspected kingpin in the Lower Side, nickname and all, and you don't have an indictment. Like, it was like powerful. That was crazy. Usually when you get an article in a newspaper, you already in jail. You know what I mean? So that was bringing the name around the neighborhood. That he used to come through with a lot of Porsches, Cherokee, Pathfinder, all the things that was popping. Infinity, Beamers, Maxim, everything that was popping at that time, he was coming through. And then there was the rumors about him having a whole area where he parked all his cars. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things was relevant.
So you looked at him and said, oh, you can get rich in this game.
Yeah. This is the ilka because when that whole situation happened with the kid that was my friend, with his brother, with the crack and all that, that spread out everybody in the neighborhood to shun us, to shun me, black boy. You understand? This kid don't let your brother be with him, or none of that. Your sister can't be. You're not gonna be able to make it till he's 16, 15. You know, they always have convictions. I'm female still, but anyway, thank God. But when they came to Market, which they also looked up to, because Market is the tough guy. He's putting in work. He's getting money. Like you know, so they trying to tell him like, yo, these kids. Market was kind of impressed by our audacity and our, you know, determination to get some money. So at the beginning, he looked at it like an opportunity for himself to establish a dope up here. Mind you, my kid lived in the same building that my grandmother lived in. He lived on the second floor, my grandmother lived on the fifth floor. So I know my kid all my life. I don't know what way he was older than me, but I knew who he was. You always see him in passing. And he knew my mom babysitted him. Had babysat him for a minute, for a while at one point. So we had history in that sense, you know. So he called for me and for Chad and was like, yo, let's go over here and let's see what this block got. Get into the dope. With the dope, you in 6 months, he gave us a story in a car ride that by the time he parked and let us out, I had a Cherokee, I had a regular Jeep, a Seneca. All this been my mind, you know, yes, I'm about to be rich. He just, the way he sold it to us, I'm like, yo, I'm about to, by the time the summer comes, which right was like a month and a half to go, I'm like, I'm gonna have a regular, a Seneca, I'm spending how much I'm spending, I'm not like that. This is how much money I was. So he was
Well, he put you guys down in Maryland. So has he moved?
West Side. Yeah, Second Texas. used to take care of his guys, so we were the percent of that. We were selling $2,000. I'm making 300. Jerry making 300. I'm 14, 15 this time. That's good money. You know what I'm saying? We come tomorrow, sell the other pack. He like, well, like, forget about that. Put it under his wing.
Is that 'cause there just weren't enough heroin junkies coming to that area?
That and the fact that we was leaving after we sold 20 bundles.
You
We just content.
You weren't working hard enough.
Yeah, we were working hard enough. So he didn't see it like a worth of time. So what he did was, being that he already liked us, and he took a liking to us, he was like, yo, listen, just go to school. And when you get out of school, hang out with me. And I got you. So every week he would give us each 20 bundles. And we would give it to someone. And the money that we get back, we would keep it. We didn't have to give him a percentage and take a percentage and keep trying to build. So every week we making like $1,700. I was still going to school when I started hustling, and we had the picture. We used to look at from the window. From my class was right there, and the block is right here. So I used to look from the window to make sure that he was still on the block, like he wasn't roaming around, like he was putting in that work.
So you were supervising an
From my
employee
classroom.
from geometry class.
Word. It was actually homeroom.
Yo,
Word.
he's giving you free bundles?
Free bundles. After they bag up, he's like, there's always something
The
left
extras.
over. Yeah,
He
take
gave
that.
you the extras.
Yeah. So that's how we was taking care of that. And then after school, we would hang out with him. So whenever he ate, we ate. Whenever he bought sneakers that we with him, we got sneakers. So we wasn't even really spending this money. So we were doing all types of different. Like I would keep buying work and giving it to them spots that I had before him.
Right.
Not letting them know that I'm doing that. So the guy that was running around with us before we got with Market would continue to eat, because when we went with Market, it's like he didn't bring all our friends with us that was trying to hustle with us at that time. You know what I'm saying? So that was that.
So did you guys save any of this, I'll call it grant money? You didn't even get a loan. You got a grant money.
Hell no. We ain't saved none of that. I mean, we saved it for the moment, but there's always a reason to spend money.
So then when did it turn into crack? And then how did body? When did it turn into crack? And then how did you get that building?
The crack.
The first building.
The crack was first. And Market came in the picture, and it was dope. Market got killed. He ain't leave us no more trust or none of that. There wasn't no will or none of that. We back to square one. So we got back to hustling. We were giving a kid on the east side work. So I would find work and give it to certain people. This particular person was the person that we used to give the dope to back first. When Michael was giving us the 20 bundles, we used to give it to him. Then he lost his job as a super. He was a Puerto Rican guy. He was a super on the outside. For some reason, he reminded me of my father, so I had like a certain type of affinity like with him, if that's the right word. And I always helped him out. I always had like a sore spot for him. Like I felt bad when he was older. Boom, boom. So he had called this when he was the east side. Told us, yo, listen, they gave me permission to sell crack over here. And the east side, everything is branded. The dope is branded. The coke is branded. The crack is branded. And the west side ain't no brand. It's organized. You got red top. I got red top. Whatever bottle we caught at that day. You understand what I'm saying? So that was something else that we was a fan of. The branding. So to be distinguishable. So when Market died, the guy that I would go to the east side with, he had got locked up. But there was two colors in the building. Black top, which was him, and yellow top, which was another guy. The guy from the yellow top one day asked us if we could sell him weight. We didn't sell weight. So it was like, nah, we don't got no weight. Oh, yes, in case what you needed. Is like 2 ounces or something. So we was like, I was like, I'm the one having a conversation. I'm like, I don't do that, but this is what I could do for you. Yeah, Nick, because Nick was over there, and we introduced trays. So we had nickel and tray. It was only $5 over there, and we introduced $3 bottle. Boom. So I said, listen, this is what I could do for you. The bottle that you sell for $5, I'm gonna give it to you for $3. And now you make $2 off the bottle. You don't gotta worry about it. Money. I sold it to him. He accepted it. So now we got the little black, but I'm giving him his yellow tops too. The guy that we knew going to jail, his wife was there. We tried to still give her packs to maintain. She messed it up. She ended up leaving. Now we just got to do with the yellow top and give them packs. The kids from the neighborhood, they're starting to notice us coming in. And we'll drive in a cab, go in the building, and go back out the building, jump in the cab, and go back to the west side. So they know that we're not from there, that we put in work from there. So that's not sitting right with people. You understand what I'm saying? But they're not approaching us. They don't see a point of entry, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So they beat the dude up. The dude beeps me. Like, yo, I need to speak to you. Come to my house. These people beat me up. We go over there. Me and Chang. This is my own little venture. Even though Chang really didn't put too much attention to it. He knew what it was, but this is my own venture. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he still was a part of it. But it was just us. So I'm like, yo, don't worry about the situation. We're gonna take care of it for you. Don't worry about it. Just go back tomorrow. He like, man, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not a drug dealer. I started doing this because I lost my job. Now people putting hands on me. It's time for me to go. All right, so let me get the key to that room though. You said you're not going back. So can I stay with the color and the keys? He like, yeah. I'm like, all right. We're gonna give you like, I don't want nothing. Just take the key, pay the rent or whatever. We ain't never paid. And that's that. I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm like, all right, cool. I tell Chang. Now Chang implements like, yo, we used to go firework in Washington High for the first, but it's cooked up. It's garbage. It's whipped up. They got to come back. Like, so everybody had got caught on to that. Because before it used to be a supermarket. Everybody get go to Broadway, you know, score. Now you was like, we're gonna go to Broadway, get some probably beat. So that's the reputation they started getting. Chang is like, yo, listen, let's buy Coke from such and such that's known for having great Coke, even if it's a point higher than the average, but it's great Coke. Let's cook it up, pure, and let's open up with that. I'm like, all right, we're gonna do that. So that's what we did.
Today's episode is sponsored by Rocket Money. I am a client. I use their subscription every month. Let me tell you about who they are. Okay, so Rocket Money is an app and a website that tracks your monthly spending right down to the penny. You can link your bank accounts, all of your debit and credit cards, and also they see your subscription. So many of us, including ourselves here at this podcast, we've got a ton of different things that we've signed up for that are taking money out of our bank accounts every month, most of which we don't even remember signing up for or need. That's where Rocket Money steps in. They can help find your unwanted subscriptions and get them canceled for you. In fact, they can even reach out to these companies that you've subscribed to and get it canceled for you. So they can step in. You don't even have to contact customer service anymore. Rocket Money can do that for you. They've personally saved me and my company hundreds of dollars a month by finding all of these unwanted apps and canceling them for me. They can also negotiate to have your bills lowered for these different subscriptions that you might have. That's pretty amazing. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. With Rocket Money, I have full control over my subscriptions and a clear view of my expenses. I can see all of my subscriptions in one place, and if I see something I don't want, Rocket Money can help me cancel it with a few taps. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com and using that promo code CONNECT. That's rocketmoney.com/CONNECT. Once again, rocketmoney.com/connect. Thank you, Rocket Money, for saving me a bag. All right, let's get back into the show. So Chang had the Coke Connect.
No, we just knew a guy in the neighborhood that was known for having great Coke, but they always spoke about how he was expensive. Like if they were selling for 23, he would be selling for 25.
Right.
So people like, they be selling for 25, but then we hear right after that, but that Coke is good though.
Oh, this is the guy that owned the shoe store?
No, that's Foden.
Oh, okay. So was that how drug connects worked back then? Like, was Coke so ubiquitous, meaning everywhere, that you would know a guy, like the neighborhood would know that's the guy that has weight, but he's selling bricks for 25,000. So,
I mean, it was so.
Was that how it actually was? Because now it's a complete secret.
Yeah,
right?
it's a secret now. Everybody has so much Coke that You had people hustling you, like, I got coke, I need you to buy this off me. You understand?
Right.
It was kind of similar to like when it first started getting imported here, according to the movie Blow. The connect was the customers. Now the connect was the coke dealer. The plug was the customers. They wanted to get, like, you remember the dude from the salon, the beauty style, the kind of, like, you know what I mean? He was a plug because he had a bunch of people to sell to. So he was the connect.
Right.
Versus when we were the connect was the dude that had the coke.
Yeah, so in other words, they almost needed you more than you needed them. There were so many plugs holding wholesale weight. They needed groups like you to get it off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you had groups like us controlling so much real estate.
Yeah.
So we didn't have too many options to sell that to anybody.
Now that's just really interesting because I came up in the era where the coke, the wholesaler, the plug, the Mexican guy, that was a secret, and to know him was so valuable. It was proprietary. You didn't give away your connects.
That's a certain level.
Yeah.
And back then, that person was the Colombian.
Right.
So nobody was really trying to introduce you to a Colombian.
Right.
But there was so many Colombians bringing in work that work was everywhere.
Right.
Everybody had their own Colombian to an extent. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, the Dominicans were the wholesalers getting it from the Colombians who were the importers.
Yeah, the Colombians felt comfortable with the Dominicans doing business in that sense.
Because of the language barrier, or the language
similarity. You could even say that because you could have dealt with the Cubans, you could have dealt with the Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? So,
but I think the Dominicans had the numbers too. You know
what numbers?
The demographics, the population.
Nah, because Dominicans is a minority compared to Puerto Rican. Dominicans is a minority compared to Puerto Rican.
Interesting.
We came after them, and ascension. You know what I mean? I fought the way. You know what I mean? The Puerto Ricans was here. They had the grocery store with the cat bases and all of that. Then they moved on to the Cuban. Well, I think the Cubans before the Puerto Rican, then the Puerto Rican, or vice versa, and then the Dominicans. You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah, I wonder why the Colombians felt comfortable dealing with Dominicans. Maybe because the Dominicans were really about that. Maybe they were the newer immigrants, just like Colombians. Who knows?
That is because I guess the Puerto Rican that they ran into was Americanized.
Yeah, didn't speak a lot of Spanish.
Didn't speak a lot of Spanish. The cultural and the Dominicans was the most resemblance that they found amongst their culture. You understand what I'm saying? So, and being that they could relate to the fact that the majority of the Dominicans at that time came from like the rural area. You got them that came from the capital, but not as much. Like the rural area was really trying to rush out of there, so they could relate to the countryman, the campesino, and they knew the humbleness, but they also could control them too because if you got people to take care of your whole family, your town. You understand? So there was a way to control them too.
Yeah. Both Colombians and Dominicans were willing to like commit violence that Americans just don't commit because there's so much law enforcement here.
But not even though, because you gotta understand between the crack wars, that was crazy out here because there wasn't no cameras.
That's true. So now you guys got the spots. You actually, Yellow Top Crew started hustling on the east side.
And let me finish that real quick. So what happened after you gave me the keys and we went and we bought the work and we cooked it up and all of that, then we came up with this plan that nobody else is knowing about it in that neighborhood. We opened up at 8 o'clock in the morning. We came into the building at 7 in the morning, had everything situated at 8. Nobody really gets up at 8 o'clock in the morning in the hood. You understand what I'm saying? Unless you sell it dope. Crack is more of a later drug ongoing. You know what I'm saying? So we did that, and there wasn't nobody there to see it come in that way. By the time everybody came out and started trickling outside, it was a whole different setup. Like 9, 10 West Side kids over here that you don't know controlling this. A picture in the building. There's a kid in the window with a Mac 10. You know what I'm saying? Just swinging it, waiting for somebody to get stupid. And we outside with bikes and Jan doing his fly, sitting on a milk crate reading the newspaper, or at least acting like it. I don't know, but that was the scene. So imagine you waking up and you got all these people set up here, like they've been here forever, but you've never seen these individuals. So shop. The fact that right there kept them off balance. And it was basically off balance until the city shuts down. When the city shut the building down, like they put gates and closed it down, and it was running too rampant, it was a single room occupancy building. Like it was rooms, and we was running around like New Jack City kicking it. Whenever somebody moved out the room, we kicked the door and switched the lock. And nobody was really going in there to try to demand rent. So we had like 5, 6 rooms. You understand what I'm saying? So we were running rampant on that.
And the spot the coke was bomb? Like
we was killing them. We took over that whole situation. We was doing like at 15 was I made my in that summer. Me and Chang celebrated each stacking $100,000 each after all expenses, like in 3-4 months. Stack right there. And not counting all the money we ran through all the OJ, because back then there was more OJ. Before we started driving, there was more OJ, but it's $25 a mile. We're taking this shit for the whole day.
What is OJ?
Cab, taxi. So with the music and the rim, we in the whole day, $25 a mile.
And now are these yellow tops that you're selling out of this building?
Now we selling yellow tops out of that building.
And it's $3 bottles.
$5
And you already have people working for you.
Yeah, we got
pitchers,
shooters. We got a pitcher, we got a shooter, we got the lookout, we got a team.
You got somebody like driving the customers in, like letting them know.
We got a person out front, which is the lookout, which is also yelling out yellow, letting the customers know. But we didn't have to do too much of that because once the first wave tested the work, they all spread it. Everybody's rushing the building.
Did anybody from the east side try to run up on you?
No. At the end, and they wasn't even running up. If it wasn't because the city shut the building down, we probably would have still been there. You know what I mean? But they had dudes that was locked up, like when we set up and came home, like they hope that we just such and such come home. And then son will come through and try to like feel us out and realize like we not trying to hear none of that. We gonna go all the way with it and put us in that route. So they'll try to befriend us and be cool with us and try to get down with us. You understand what I'm saying? But
I mean, at 15 years old, dude. I mean, like, what are white boys in Portland, Oregon? When I was 15, we were like lighting our farts on fire and giggling and talking about how, oh, dude, I finger banged a chick and high-fiving. You guys were menaces. You were crack kingpins. At 15 years old, not even old enough to drive a car, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't say menacing because...
Well, you're touch, though.
I mean, yeah. Okay, I kind of took menacing as like if we was terrorizing the neighborhood.
No, I'm just kind of using that as a funny word. Like, you're doing high-level adult crime.
Yeah, it's a fact.
And making a huge profit. Like, 100,000 at 15 years old in 1987 is like $1 million now.
That's a fact.
So you're already what we call hood rich at 15. The building gets shut down, so you just move it over to home.
We're going to the west side.
Now you're going back home, 107. Okay, so...
Well, we already caught the body, which was what you was asking.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you...
What happened when Micah got killed?
Yeah.
The person that we started buying the coke from, that had the good coke, had a lieutenant, a worker that he trusted, that he gave him a little bit of authority to make decisions. And that guy took the chance on us and gave us a brick of cocaine on consignment. So the fact that he took the chance on us, we was aware of that. So we appreciated that. So we was all of us was making money. Now, before we started working with them, they had put out a hit. That little organization put out a hit on what people know as Sammy Santana. Who's that? One of the bodies, the first body that we got. So they put out a hit on him. The people came, he didn't die. They shot him up, but he didn't die. So these people are petrified. They know he's coming back with a vengeance. He was known to be supposedly one of the henchmen for a guy named Calderon from the Bronx that was extorting people on Brooks Avenue and all of that. He was charging rent out there. So that was a big feat because that's a big violent neighborhood. So for you to charge rent over there, you really have to be extremely violent. You understand what I'm saying? He was supposedly one of the henchmen. I don't know how true it is. That's what people will say. So now they like when this dude come out, they know he's coming, so they scared. So they try to get somebody to clean up the act. Being that we ran with Mark, and Mark is known for being a gun boy and all of that, they already thought that we had participated, and we say we did it. So when they asked us if we could fix that situation for us, we were like, yeah, yeah, yeah. But we was walking, you know what I'm saying? Until the dude said something that made us feel like now we have to really expedite this. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's gonna affect us. The dude used to go to school with his mother. Now think about this real quick before I say it. Imagine you in the 8th grade, and I'm pretty sure you know female classmates there that you used to bug out with and joke with or whatever y'all was cool. So picture that girl and think about that in the future. 5 years later, she's gonna have a kid that down the road is gonna be responsible for your murder. That's kind of ill, right? When you think about it like that. So yeah, this dude felt that. I guess he thought he was doing the right thing, and he told my mother, which was his classmate at one point, and he knew. Listen, your son is hanging out with these people that did this to me. Everybody know they did that to me, and everybody know that I'm coming. If your son happens to be there when I come, he is leaving too. He could have just said, yo, tell your son to stay away from them because bro, I felt offended. So that's when I was like, you know what? Nah, we're gonna push the button on this situation. So one of the guys that we had with us that was his calling. He wanted to be a shooter. This was your opportunity to see if you were the shooter. Even though he had caught something before that wasn't confirmed, but I performed. And that was the first body that we participated in the hood. Like, we just planned it out. Like, oh, I'm gonna be here with the bike. I'm gonna pull the car right here. You hit him from here. You pass it right here, etc. So.
And it was a success.
Yeah,
he killed him.
Yeah.
Where was it?
What did the body happen?
Where the hit go down?
In front of a barber shop between 109th and 108th in Amsterdam.
So that must have really rocked the neighborhood.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! That was they had not seen something like that. I'm not saying that people haven't gotten killed, but it just probably happened that they was gunning for this dude and they happened to catch him in our vicinity. It wasn't a domestic body, as so to speak. It wasn't something that was in house like, oh, we know who did this and this is, you know what I mean?
It's like an organized crime hit. That's like assassination.
Like,
did your mom know it was you? Or your crew?
Afterwards. I mean, not immediately, like, but after hearing the rumors and yeah.
Okay, so, and it's pretty obvious when there's a domestic hit in the neighborhood by a group of dudes that, even though nobody can confirm it, everybody talks, everybody knows.
Yeah. Everybody more or less know. I mean, that hit was in broad daylight too. So it wasn't like we were really hiding. There wasn't no masking or nothing. It was just, I know you was here. You know that I was here. So shit. Nobody was really trying to talk anything. Let me tell you something. We went years.
So now you guys are like official.
Yeah, but now mind you, that body happened while we were still on the east side. So now when the east side got shut down, when we came back to the west side, it wasn't a problem for us to go shopping for real estate over there. You understand what I'm saying? We were just looking for somewhere that was going to be beneficial. But since we used to hustle on 105th, like that's where we go. We was freelancing right before we got done with market. Everybody was more or less between 104 and 106 in Columbus, up and down that little strip. So I would go out with Myro. I had the 862 Raspberry Jack, and we would take turns pitching the bundle. Like I'll pitch a bundle, he look out, and then he'll pitch a bundle, and when we finish all the work, and we split the proceeds and re-up, etc., etc. So we was doing that, and then market came in the picture. But in the course of market coming in the picture, there was some guys in the neighborhood that used to be hustling. Also, there's a bunch of people hustling, but these is guys that grew up here. The majority was immigrant Hicks. They came from DR, etc. They were doing the majority hustling up and down the strip. Then you had a few people from the neighborhood that was hustling. You know what I mean? So
Right. But it was basically these small little freelance groups.
yeah, freelance. Everybody, you know what I mean? Free. So now, in the course of market putting us under the wing, you got a guy from there that's coming up with a bright idea as he's gonna shut down all the Dominican, and they're gonna take one of the abandoned buildings, and they're gonna open up there, and they're gonna control the neighborhood like that, and that's it. And they crew gonna be the only one out there, which is the birth of purple.
Right.
I don't know if you heard of it before.
And that was your competition, right?
Yeah, they was the company. At first, they wanted to recruit us. We were like, it's not working for you. Even because everybody's older than us. We competing with people that's 7, 8 years older than us. You gotta understand that. While I'm outside at 14, these people's 21, 20. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So I'm competing with that.
Yeah.
So these guys are like, yo, we're gonna put your work like, not working for you, bro. Like, fucking up. Then Market comes in the picture. We hang out with Market. Then Market gets killed. We back to selling drugs. We in the east side. They over there. They made their spot purple. They cleaned everything up, and they got a thriving spot. Now when the building shuts, we go back. One of my co-defendants, he goes when we go back there. We go right back to 105th. Disregard that they just cleaned that. He opened. He puts a brand opening sign from the supermarket from one tree to the light pole, and we just sat there with a milk crate, and we open. So the dudes is looking at like, oh, this is about to go crazy right now. So when the owner of the spot came, he pulled me to the side. He not no sucker. He ain't soft. He just understood that this is not going to be good for nobody. We're going to lose more than we win. Even if I win, don't get you, there's no win. So he's telling me, listen, bro, it's not fair that y'all did this. Y'all already know that we established this, and y'all could go anywhere else. I'm a readable dude. I know how to see how they, you know. So I'm like, you know what? You're right. So we're gonna go to 107. And we went to 107.
And what building did you select, and why? What was the first spot?
We just went on the streets at nighttime next to the building, and then after that, like within probably like 2 weeks, we were already inside the building, the abandoned building, which then fell. And even going into that, people try to give us some type of resistance. I mean, like, oh, you can't hustle here, like you bugging. I'm not trying to hear that. I remember coming down with a shotgun sitting on that, like if it was a chair on the corner. Like, tell me, who said I can't work out here? Bugging. I went to this school. Mom happened to have a partner here now. You can't tell me none of that. Which is not the same excuse that I'm gonna accept, because when dude told me, oh, I live here, I said, go get your lease and show me where they say you can sell crack on that. You know what I'm saying? You could live up there sleeping. You can't sell no crack on it.
So how did you consolidate all of that into the building? Did you have to shoot anybody else, or was your work so well marketed and so good, meaning the quality of the crack was so good, you just took everybody's customers?
Because at that time they were selling $10 bottles because it was just coming down from a drought.
Mm-hmm.
So when the drought comes, the work gets more expensive. Of course, well, we probably sold at 5, they sell it at 10. But when the drought finishes, people try to still keep that extra 10, you know, because the customer don't know when the drought going out. But we do. So we everybody's price up and started selling for $5 what they were selling for 10. That automatically brought a crowd to us. You understand what I'm saying? And no, I'm lying. That wasn't the first we did. Buy one, get one. And that brought the crowd to us. And when they see what it was, and the fact that we were so consistent, like you could come there and you know that you're gonna find the spot open. Versus you coming from over there and homeboy might be there or not. So that was another thing. You can walk from wherever comfortably knowing that when you get there, you're gonna be able to make a purchase. It's gonna be good work. You're not gonna get robbed. So that's what basically distinguished us. Even when we was doing war, like when we had war with other crews, they can't afford it because we're in an abandoned building, we on a hill. We're gonna continue to hustle while we shooting up your block, and your workers don't want to be out there no more because you want to get shot. They don't got the same type of protection that we had. So that was another thing that kept us strong in the hood.
So it probably didn't take long
That's what I'm talking about.
getting all the customers because you're under.
Immediately. Once they seen the buy one get one, and they came, and then they realized it was good work. Then we start getting people from all type. Because what happens is we wholesale it to the hood
Mm-hmm.
at a minuscule level. So You got people from downtown coming uptown, buying our work and taking it downtown and selling it for $5, $10. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So not only are we getting those that are using it, we're getting people that making money off this.
Buying $3 bottles uptown and going downtown and selling them for
I would say 10, but to be safe, 5. They still making money. So they're coming up buying 200-300 bottles minimum. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? They really know.
Okay, so what did that flow look like? What is an average day in just that building? If you were making, 100,000 in 3 months on the east side in that SRO building, what is 1 week? What does 1 day and 1 week look like on 107th Street for you guys?
It's not that I made 100,000 in 3 months. I saved up 100,000 after put up a lot of money.
Right. Okay.
Because the problem with us is not making money is the money management. Usually that's the problem with the majority of us. We don't have financial literacy. You understand what I'm saying? So if you don't have someone that do, you're gonna be money up. You understand? So the west side, that particular, because in a day we could probably push 4 or 5 bricks throughout the neighborhood in different things. But that main spot, we was doing at least 2 bricks a week just there bottled up. You understand? So that's looking like 250, 300 grams just in that spot bottled up daily. At the worst case scenario, we doing a key a week, but that's still a $20,000-$21,000 profit after paying the table, the pitcher.
And those that key 1,000 grams is broken down. How many bottles of crack is that? Django said like 30 to 40,000, right?
Depends on what you're selling. When we're selling deuces, I'm asking for 20,000 bottles back, but they bagging up 22,000. But that was that. But we used to let them keep their little extras, something like what Market did with us. So besides getting paid for bagging up, you can also keep the extras. You understand what I'm saying? So there you go. You got 2,000 bottles to split up amongst you. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So and that particular, then there might be bigger. So it all depends what the price range is of what we sell it. If we're talking 40 bottles or whatever we bag up.
And so now you got one spot moving, one abandoned building. When did you get your next piece of property?
See, all our other property came about because it was bid, and we just switched suppliers. You dig? So we were the first young group to come outside. After us, there was other young groups that came out. We opened it up. We turned the hood out, as they say. We started a whole different type of situation where now young kids is out there hustling, and people is starting to accept it. It's becoming conventional now.
So you got one building market. How do you expand from there?
a sense of you put it. Yeah, it would have been great at crack dealing. We didn't do it with that design. What happened was the day was riskier. That's when they do the sales. That's when the police is out. You don't know. There's more people outside, so you can't see nobody really coming. At nighttime is only the dealer and the crackhead and the people from the neighborhood. So we was able to determine everybody walking.
These cinder blocks, though, so
the building drops at almost 2:00 in the afternoon, which was what saved us, because if it would have dropped at 6:30, 6:40, it would have killed whoever was in there. So half of the building dropped, half of the building stood up. Like you could look at that, and you see the bathtub hanging where this floor fell and this was still there waiting and all of that. So that's what happened. So it became a hazard.
Yeah.
Until they knocked all that down. In the course of the building dropping, it was one of them times that we had got some bad work. So now the customers are complaining from the work. The building drops. It becomes a hazard. They park 2 cop cars there. One on the block, one on the Ave, to make sure nobody walks in there, because you can get hurt. The building can collapse. So they want everybody to stay away. So now what's happening with our customers? They're not trying to come. First, the work is bad, plus the block is hot. So we really losing money. You understand what I'm saying? We're not making no money. And that right there, these kids down the block start selling crack in baggies. 12, the little weed bag, but the tiny one, that was new. The customers fell in love with that packaging. It was easier to stash. I guess it seemed like it was more in there than before. They just fell in love with that packaging. So the bottle that you knew, like the tops and the valve, that was like becoming obsolete. Really? Yeah. So being that these kids introduced that, the whole wave is like they just hit the gold wave. So they getting mad money right behind us between Manhattan Avenue and Central Park. They got all these kids that's down there, like 8, 9 different colors, doing numbers with all our customers and all of that. And everybody out there hearing about this new packaging, they killing them. They start buying mad guns. But we're dealing with this situation up here, plus we're going to war with Red Top also at the same time. So we got bad work, police on the block, and an active war that's going on. So we chasing out these dudes from a block next door to us. But I'm like, all right, don't worry, I'm going to go handle that down there, because now they buying guns, they shooting it up. When we walk down there, like to the store, they yelling, they color out more than they have to, but it's like letting us know that they out there. Like, that's a little disrespect. You think I'm a crackhead, you yelling out your... But we like, all right, we're going to go get, we're going to handle that when the time comes. Sure enough, building got cleared. I took their packaging.
How did the building get cleared?
They cleared it out. They demolished the rest of it, which is now a garden.
Okay.
They demolished it. They cleared it out. It wasn't no more risk factor. Now we just have to find a way how we're going to sell our drugs now. Which, we just took another building. The kids down the block, now we took their packaging idea. They were selling it for $5. Now we're selling it for $3. You can't sell it for $3. So now we took all our customers back.
Using those 1212s?
Yeah.
Those little baggies?
Yeah, I found a way to bag it up. Wow. You're going to make, if you're making, let's say, for example, if you're making $400 off an ounce, we're going to make $200. But we're going to sell triple the amount of ounces that you sell. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to make up for it in the volume. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I happened to get sick, too, right in that whole course, and I stood down. So in the course of me staying down, I was a big fan of old school mafia movies. So I'm looking at Mobsters with Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and how they came about and put the 5 families together. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie. So I basically did a mobster move with them. Went down the block, took them over to Central Park. Yo, come on, let's go. I was smoking weed now at this time. This is already 18 years old. Yo, let's go. Me holla at y'all. Go to the park and basically gave them a deal that they couldn't refuse. I was like, listen, y'all out here hustling. Y'all buying work from the Hicks. The Hicks don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all just a customer. I'm going to give y'all the same work on consignment. for the same price, or maybe a point higher. But at least with me, y'all just go with somebody that y'all got a team. If you don't take the work, then that means that you don't like me. That means that you're gonna let somebody walk past you up the block to do something to us, even if you overheard them saying it. So you can't be around here anyway. So who's down with us? Everybody was down. All right, cool. Just let me know what you could do in 3 days. I don't give a fuck if it's 1 gram. Calculate what you could do in 3 days, because in 3 days I want my money. And that's how it was. Every 3 days I go down the block, everybody dispersed, bring me back my money. And that's how those blocks started coming around. And then
I see.
if another, and usually these blocks that we was controlling, I wasn't really making money. I just was putting my people in position. Like, oh, you want to do that? Go take that block. And they'll go over there, be like, yo, they said that we could do this. Boom. And they'll splat. And then that's how, and then I'll give you work eventually. But it wasn't like I was making,
Right.
a bunch of profit. We was generating money. Don't get me wrong. I made money off it, but I was letting my peoples eat.
I see. So you were kind of giving them wholesale work, like the crews, not directly on your strip, but around it. You were giving them wholesale off of your pack.
Yes.
And were you giving them already crack cooked up?
No.
You're giving them powder.
Powder.
How much would
whatever
you give
they
these
can
crews?
sell. If you can sell half a key in 3 days, I'll give you half a key. If you can sell 100 grand, if you can sell 10 grand, just make sure you calculate and let me know what you can do in 3 days, because in 3 days I want my money.
Oh, interesting. So you guys had your whole $1 million crack operation, but you're also moving bricks, chipping off blocks.
Yeah.
So you were running through a lot of keys too.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
At the end, because we wasn't never really on that weight. But once I did that move, and it wasn't like we was just wholesaling to everybody. We was just wholesaling to those people in our neighborhood, in our
vicinity.
Yeah, like our turf. You know what I'm saying? Whatever because we controlled from 106 to 110, from Central Park West to Riverside Drive, whatever had to do with crack, we had something to say. From 106 down to 100th Street over there, that was purple and like that. And then the guy did a project. But then we had Amsterdam, 105th and 4th and 3rd, which was Red Top. But then after Jose Luis Timberlane was murdered, we took the block. So we had that area also. So we had like basically from 103rd and Amsterdam going all the way into our neighborhood. And then when they crossed 106th, we had the 5 avenues running back and forth like that.
How many crack crews do you think existed in New York at this time like that? Hundreds?
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is a very familiar story. The only difference is, besides that we were so publicized, is that we were so young doing this. Usually we had young dudes selling drugs, but they was part of an organization. You never really had young dudes running the organization. It's funny because, there was a kid that came up and he was explaining himself to me. Like, yo, this, and that. He just wanted to make sure that I understood that he didn't mean no disrespect, even though I wasn't thinking about that. But once he spent off, one of my co-defendants that was there, that he was like he's one of the shooters. But now we older, but there's a lot of us that's still around. If we go uptown, you'll see. But he's like, yo, T, what old timers did we give that type of respect to, that we looked up to? I'm like, market, but he's like, nah, but I'm saying from out here. I said, bro, the old timers was asking us for permission to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't really have that opportunity, because they was coming to us to get our blessings on what they wanted to do, So,
is that because you guys had the bodies on you, or you?
Yeah, hell yeah. We had the body, we had the money. We was very.
Well, you carried yourself in a certain way too. I'm
that's
sure.
A fact.
So you were 15. What years are these before you guys fell? 15 years old to how old?
At 15, in 89, I was 15. In 90, I was 16. In 94, we went to jail.
Right. So what do you think the height was? What do you think, looking back, what year was like the golden year?
Every year had its moment. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, you familiar with Fat Joe?
Of course.
Like they say, like every summer he's good for a hit. So we kind of had a hit every year. Like we always had a moment of that was memorable. Like, you know what I mean? If you're talking about 90 when we went to the east side, it was memorable. We was making money that we never imagined. We put $100,000 together each at that age. You know what I'm saying? We made way more, but to stack that, the first 100 that we stacked up was like, oh, $100,000. Right. So,
Do you remember when you made your first million?
Well, we made our first million when that 100,000. You understand? But to stack it up, a whole million, for me, we spending too much money on lawyers and guns and cars and mistakes. So, but at any given moment, we had $200,000-$300,000. You know what I'm saying? And if we really needed the million, we knew what we had to do. Just buckle down for a month or so or two. Or, you know what I'm saying? And just stack everything. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, I had 10 million in the closet and then no. We ran through a bunch of millions though. But gotta remember, we was kids.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we don't even know how to spend this money. We don't know how to buy a car. We don't know how to do. So we just spending money and giving money to our friends. And we was losing like, in the east side, we was losing like $2,000 a day in shorts.
Shorts?
Yeah, like, yo, what happened? $2,000 is missing. I don't know. I think this and that. And we didn't give a We like, the next time you got to make sure. But damn near between $1,000, $2,000 daily.
Yeah, off the books. That's the cost of doing business. You know, someone's always pocketing. You know, I'm sure you had workers that pocketed 10 here, 10 there.
Yeah,
that adds up.
Yeah, in a way that we didn't feel it, and we actually factor it in. Like they factor in 10% loss in a store. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Did you see the crack demand decline at all?
Hell no. I heard about that after I was locked up.
Okay. So it up until 94, it just was busy.
Booming.
Do you remember one particular year that was the busiest? Or was it just, was it a matter of how long you wanted to be out there working? It was never a matter of demand.
I mean, you had fluctuations, right? Because, again, somebody might open up with some coke that's a little bit better than mine, or has a gimmick that's a little bit better than mine, and they might just take the flock for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So you have those moments, but every year we was making money.
So it doesn't sound like Yellow Top had a bunch of buildings. It sounds like you guys were always moving, depending on when you needed to. Is that accurate?
No, we just moved at the beginning to establish ourselves. And then after the east side, due to the fact that the city shut it down, that was the only reason we moved. After we was in 107 steady until we went to jail.
Yeah.
We was adding land. We was conquering around us like that.
Yeah.
But the spot was the spot until we left.
Okay.
And ironically, my shop is right on that same block.
Wow.
So
unrecognizable, I bet. Or there's still landmarks.
No. Yes and no. But yeah, you still got the garden, but it got flowers in it now. Before, when you saw it, it had bricks in it. You know what I'm saying? But the structures is there, just with the exception of little remodeling here and there and all of that. But
did you guys bring crime to the neighborhood? Like, did you feel like all of the crack business that you basically built in that area?
We definitely raised the crime rate in the neighborhood. I'm not gonna deny that. Yeah. I'm not saying that to brag or whatever. It's just the truth. Nobody was doing what we was doing. You understand? At that time, like people was selling drugs, coke, sniffing, and dancing. Everybody was happy, you know, social club era, little bars and like that. And we was open market, everything. Selling drugs, shooting people, 16, 17, driving foreign cars, Beamers and all that. That looks crazy to people that's older, that been working all their life, and how they see a 15, 16-year-old driving all these luxury cars, got these parked. I don't even have a license. I don't even know who the fuck is paying for this insurance. I just know that I'm paying it. I don't know if it's Progressive or I don't know nothing. I don't even know who is the name on the registry. I just know this is my car and that they put all the paperwork together. So when I get pulled over, I don't go to jail.
Who's they? Who would put that together?
Travel agency. They had a bunch of travel agencies that would hook up insurance for cars or get you them little trips, packages, and or try to do some taxes like that. So they always had someone that they could put the car under someone else's name and get your plate. And I'm, 16, 17 years old. I don't got no license, and I don't got no reason to be, you know what I mean? So I always needed someone to help me out with that. And
Did your mom, was she blown away? Was she aware of how you came up?
yeah, hell yeah. Because I went from being Millie's son, which is what they call my mother, because my mom's is where I learned my gangster from, because my mom wasn't, an easy cookie. She was, like they say, a tough cookie. Like, my mom was out there fending, you know what I mean? Like, she was treating dudes like dudes. Like, dudes treat chicks. My mom would treat dudes like that. Like, she put you, and once she don't like you, that's it. She don't like you. If you don't like it, that's your problem. And that's that. You understand? And you're going to have to hold that. Fast forward now, I'm outside, and I'm doing it. So it becomes Tito's mom. You understand? She's still doing what she's doing, but now it's Tito's mom. Don't play with Tito's mom, because that's Tito's mom. Before it was, that's Millie. And play with Tito, that's Millie's son. And now it's different. But my mom knew what it was, and she wasn't happy with the career that I chose, and my grandmother wasn't. But they was at least happy that I wasn't working for somebody, and you know what I'm saying? I was at least successful in the field that I chose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you had your own crew.
Yeah. So I remember my grandmother never accepted money from me. But I knew that there was a moment that she was proud, because she tried to handle things that best. Before I moved out, she took a drawer and put a cylinder, because I used to have guns. And one time, my little brother grabbed one of the guns. So she was like, before anything happened, so she had a regular root drawer. She got my uncle to put a hole in it, put a cylinder. So now that just gave me free range. So now I got like 16 guns in there. Shotgun, 9mm tac, 22. I'm like, she just gave me permission to put all the guns right here.
So she kind of enabled you.
To an extent, but she wasn't trying to do it. She just was trying to keep it safe in her own way. Like my brother won't touch that. I won't lose it, whatever. But I remember she used to watch a lot of Chuck Norris movies. Chuck Norris used to be having Mac 11s and things. So she used to be telling my aunt when she used to be really, Tito got one of those. Go, Tito, go bring that gun over here. Look, that's the same one that you got in the movie.
That's some hood ass, man. That is some hood ass. Okay, so that's what it is. You're a man now, and your mom is proud of you.
I mean, she's happy that I'm not out here being anybody's flunky. That if I'm doing this, at least I'm being successful in that field. You understand? And I'm respected like that.
So you guys loved guns. You had 16 guns yourself.
I mean, at that point, we had more guns than that. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we just felt that was the tool of the trade, and that was what distinguished us from a lot of people. Like, anybody could go get some money and all that, but who's going to hold this down? So we introduced the level of violence that people hear about in the West Side, because before that, you wasn't hearing about that. So we started all that murder. You understand what I'm saying? And then that turned everybody else. We're not the only one. There's other people that caught bodied in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? And 1 year, within 8 months, 24 murders was caught in 93, between February and then October, 10 months, 8 months.
Just on the West Side?
In our neighborhood.
Wow.
In our precinct.
And were you responsible, your crew responsible for all those?
We was allegedly responsible for some of them, and then there was other people that was responsible for others. You understand what I'm saying? There was just a lot of going on. There was, and then at that particular year, there was a dude that was selling guns, and dudes stuck him up for his guns, and he had boxes of guns, so now everybody has guns. So what do you think happens?
Yeah. Did anybody get popped for any of those bodies at the time? I'm not talking about the indictment, but for actually at the time of the shootings, did anybody get popped?
Not at the crime.
Yeah.
Months later, you had dudes that got picked up, but we would beat them or they would get dismissed. There was just one body that it made it seem like they were going to dismiss it, but they just used it to hold people in place until the indictment dropped. But
did you ever do any of the shooting yourself after you already got on?
Yeah, in the beginning stages, you got to put examples. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So, yeah, I had to do certain shooting because they're not going to jack you for not shooting. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, that's my forte. My forte is more structure, but I know what I got to do when I have to do it. There's people that like doing that. They get a kick out of doing that. That's just part of the trade for me. You understand? I don't have to be upset to go do it, but it's not something that I choose to do. If we could get through the situation amicably, then I'd rather that.
Well, 24 bodies isn't amicably. So what were...
You're not responsible for the 24, though.
But once you and Chango were successful drug dealers, did you stop putting in work yourselves and just give orders?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. But in one way or another, we still put in work. We might stop going and pulling the trigger, but we still might be driving you, or we might still be over here watching. It depends. You understand what I'm saying? There was still certain things that was going on, but, after that, there wasn't no reason for us to be out there. We controlling the situation. You got to protect us without us just not running.
When someone would get picked up for a murder from your crew, did you go get... How do they beat these cases? Did you guys pay for their lawyers?
Yeah.
Okay.
All that. Like, before they get to the precinct, the lawyer's already calling over there, telling them, don't talk to my client. Right. And we pay for the lawyer if you had a bail, and we could make your bail, because it wasn't really about affording the bail, it's making it, because how we justify $20,000, $50,000. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have nobody with that work history. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah. So that was another thing, and you didn't really see a lot of bail bondsmen in New York at that time. So if we was able to make the bail, then you're going to get bailed out. But if we didn't, usually when we didn't make the bail was because you didn't have a bail. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we would take care of your lawyer, your commissary. You got a girl and a kid. We're taking care of her. You understand what I'm saying? We're giving her own money every week. Like, for example, we had one guy, we used to give his girl $750 a week. Yeah. Besides paying for his lawyer, besides giving her the money to go see him and put money on his books, she didn't have to take that from the $750. You understand what I'm saying? And that was our way to, that's what we used to do.
So nobody ever told on you?
As far as what?
Like if they were down...
and that
for a murder,
they never started coming into play after the big indictment.
Right, but I'm talking about at the time. Nobody ever triggered you guys. That's dope.
No.
How much did it cost to beat a murder? How much did you have to pay a lawyer to beat just like a body?
It depends, because we had Lynn Stewart, and Lynn Stewart could be pricey for you, but not for me, because she had a mother nurturing relationship with us. You understand? She took, first of all, that was Marcus' lawyer, rest in peace, her too, rest in peace. And she met us through him, and she already had a liking for Marcus. And then she was so intrigued with our age that she just took a mother role for us. And when Marcus got killed, we got her to represent Chang, because he had got caught in a stolen car with me, and he never went to court, so he had a warrant. So when we got older, the warrant started affecting him, and that's when we hired Lynn. And ever since then, she always dealt with us. So, if she's going to charge you $10,000 for a case, she's going to charge us $6,000. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So, murder for us would cost, between $20,000, $40,000, depending on how intensive. You know what I'm saying? But if it was just a 2-day, 3-day trial, we'd probably give her $20,000, $25,000. You know what I'm saying?
That was the family friends discount.
Yeah.
Okay. And how could you beat a murderer? This is before cameras, obviously. So when the murderers either got thrown out, did the murderers usually get tossed, or did you actually have to beat them in trial?
Well, we got a lot of 10 murders tossed out. We got one murder tossed out, they just didn't have enough to proceed. And then one we beat at trial.
Okay. And how is that? Was that lack of evidence, or what was the strategy behind that before cameras?
The witnesses was not credible to the jury.
Okay.
So, and then ironically, it's crazy, because when this person was going to trial, that's when I started attending his trial. And on my way to go see him, when I'm going into the courtroom, there's a guy talking to a lady, which I assumed was a lawyer. She was, but not the lawyer that I was thinking. So I haven't seen this guy for a little while, but he looks healthier. He used to smoke, but he's from the neighborhood. So I'm like, yo, what's up, bro? How you doing? Boom. Now, when I sit down, they bring him. He's one of the witnesses. So that chance encounter made him think that I came there to see him testify. So he switched the whole testimony. So they only had him and this lady that used to smoke crack from the neighborhood doing the case. You know what I'm saying? And he was like a little bit more credible than her, but she was more detailed. So they were combining them and running that whole, that if, you know, these are the only people that's outside that town. That's why we got them. But he switched his whole situation up. Had the district attorney perplexed, like, what the, you just told me a whole bunch of, and he switched it. And then my lawyer basically asked the jury, because the other person was a person that smoked, and she never stopped smoking, so she was on the stand looking still cracked out types. She was eloquent, but you could still see she was cracked out. So my lawyer asked the jury, would you let this person sit, you know, take care and babysit your home while you're on vacation? Just think about that. So why would we put this kid's life in their hand? And they came back with a non-guilty verdict.
Wow. And he thought, and the other witness, the guy, thought you were there to intimidate him when you just happened to be there just to go support your boy. Wow.
I didn't even know he was part of the witness.
You see the first episode of The Wire? That's the Stringer Bells.
Oh, yeah?
He's in there. He's in the courtroom trying to get his homeboy off, and a witness is up there, and he's just doodling, sitting in the front row, just kind of looking up.
Oh, yeah? I gotta check that out. I've seen a few of the series, but I always caught them sporadically because I was in jail when that was big.
You know, your guys' story has a lot of The Wire's storylines in them, and you don't believe how organized it is. And actually, what's funny is we've had drug dealers from Baltimore on the show, and they're like, Baltimore didn't run like that. It was very turned down. There weren't a lot of murders. New York guys ran everything because Baltimore cats are bumpkins. They're hicks. New York guys would come down there, make all the money, and just get the fuck out. But you guys really ran that the way organized, real organized crime style.
I mean, yeah, we did to the best of our ability. But I think that the Wire was based a little after everybody turned on New York. There was a time where you could go from New York to DC or someplace else and everybody be in awe with a New York person. Mm-hmm. Now you go to somewhere else and you're already suspect. They ready to blow your head off. Like New York is not really welcomed a lot of places because they feel that we was arrogant and we going over there to take over. You know, I never really was on the out of town hustling, but I could relate to why people probably started feeling bad because you going over there to take their money, their checks, and then you trying to talk down on these people. How you think they're gonna feel? So once they started realizing that they could do this on their own, they started killing us.
Yeah. And in the early 90s, that's when it became very popular. It was Giuliani era, or coming up to the Giuliani era. Started to get. And as Chango, I'm like, why didn't you guys take it out of town? This is when drug dealers were like fleeing New York to go to all of these other places on the East Coast because it was just, you could be low key and make all the money. You guys stayed in the middle of the beast, the middle of the war.
I mean, we was asked that then, but we was making out of town money on the block. And despite the fact that, we understood that Giuliani started, making it a little hotter, it wasn't affecting us yet. You understand what I'm saying? So,
were these raids? I know you guys were just working at night, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., but did they start to raid you at night?
They just, police do the regular routine, try to run up, the patrol person. They didn't want to deal with us at nighttime. It's a risk. You don't know what's going on. And then you got to remember, this is the era where people was throwing refrigerators and buckets off the roof at police. Like, I used to go up to beat cops, because at that time they put like 2,000 new officers on the street to walk around. And you have officers that come and they'll be on the corner for like 20, 30 minutes. And still there, and I'll be like, yo, bro, you think you're going to change? Get the f*** out of here. You here 20 minutes, everybody left. We showed you respect. Why the f*** you still here? And we was throwing refrigerators and air conditioners. There'll be a different, like, get out of here, bro. You're not going to stop the drug trade. You come, we leave for a while, then you leave, bro. What you do? And they were looking at me like, yo, this is crazy. You know I'm a cop. Like, and leave. Word.
And they left?
Yeah.
And all the customers came back.
and all the customers came back. Word. You didn't have no respect after a while for like uniform cops.
Right.
If you wasn't undercover in one of them, how you call it, like task force, we wasn't really jacking you.
Did anybody get pinched when they did raid you guys, the task force? Did any of your workers get pinched on buys?
Yeah, I mean, well, not too much buys because, again, we always wish that you can't really do a sale with us.
Yeah.
And even if you did a sale with us, you're not going to be able to grab us because we're in the building. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So it wasn't that. It was like apartment raids. Something happened, like with one incident, a guy got shot downstairs. Police supposedly was told that he ran into our apartment, so they gave them the green light to break the door down without a warrant. One of my guys got arrested. He had a $50,000 bail, but his mom had a property in Florida, so we was just able to put the property up, and then I just paid for the fee and the 10% and his lawyer. So that was one incident, and then there was an incident where nobody got caught there, but they raided. They found a whole bunch of guns, grenades, drugs, and like that.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't really have a lot of workers going off to prison for selling the pieces, right?
Mm-mm. Wow, for bodies, violence. That's what usually we get caught for.
Right. And you sounds like you beat most of those.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really until the big indictment came down, the state. What was it? Who were the law enforcement?
It was
bodies. Who were the law enforcement bodies?
With assistance from, DEA and like that, but it was a state case. You understand?
Right.
Within a federal case.
So who were those? And that's super unusual. Now, if you guys were doing that would be a Fed case. The Feds would love that kind of shit. So was it like the New York City task force, or
it was a task force that they put together at the district attorney for HIU, Homicide Investigation Unit. So they put together that task force, a bunch of district attorney that was going for, quote unquote, drug gangs. They don't want to say organized, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But they was going for these things, and they had a judge that was riding with them, which is Leslie Crocker Snyder. You understand what I'm saying? So she was not there as an impartial judge. She was riding with the district attorney. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? She would, in her own way, correct the district attorney if she saw that person leading towards something that could go into an appeal.
Right.
Wow. You understand?
That is dirty.
And she was the one that introduced, like implemented the consecutive sentencing. Usually you get caught for a body, but now you get charged for a body, a gun, whatever. When you get arrested, you get 25 years for the body and 7 years, let's say, for the gun, but they'll run it concurrent. So 25 swallowing. Yeah. She was like 25, 10, 150 years. What? Word. She gave Fat Danny from the Wild Cowboy 158 and 1/3. And I think the 1/3 was what really made it feel like, what the f? You just gave me 1/3. You gave me 158 years. Really needed to waste your breath talking about 1/3?
What do you think the motivation behind that was?
Making a name. Right. It's a name. She made a name. She wrote a book. She was running for district attorney of, at the end of the day, it made a statement all around the board. It was the climate. You had Giuliani as mayor. You had Pataki coming into office that was tough on crime. Like,
the governor.
It was a whole different atmosphere that was justified due to the whole year that was going by before that, rampant with the crack.
Mm-hmm.
People felt like they had enough. But the ill thing about it is that once we got off the street, the residents in the neighborhood realized they made a mistake.
Why?
Because now the crackheads is running rampant, breaking into cars, stepping out in the building, 30-inch. You understand what I'm saying? Robbing, stealing. When we was outside, they wasn't doing none of that. They would do that wherever that, you know what I'm saying? They could get away with that and, usually go into a suburb area or whatever, you know what I mean? But they wasn't doing that in the hood.
Did any of the residents rat on you guys?
Like
any of the civilians?
They started giving information about us toward the end. They was doing community meetings. And the reason that I know that is because we used to have, you remember, I don't know if you're familiar with when Con Edison used to run around with their trucks and get on the light pole and they have that big orange phone hanging there that they used to test the line. They'll clip it and be on the orange phone, see if it got a phone line. So we had obtained one of them from a Con Edison dude that was smoking. And we used to just be wherever we used to have the apartment because we had various apartments throughout the neighborhood where we used to stash at. Yeah. So wherever we'll go to the window, find the phone line, scrape it, clip it, and use other people's phone and start ordering video like that. So there was a scheme where you used to go and dial a certain number, hang up, and they'll ring back like if somebody's calling you. So that was a trick we used to play with people. Put that there, boom, ring, hello. So I did that. When I picked up, the owner picked up. So now I'm acting like if I'm a detective from the 24th precinct. I'm detective such and such. I just wanted to know if you was aware of the community meeting coming up. Oh, yeah, we spoke about it. I'm like, oh, that's how I found out.
That's how you found out who was ratting.
That's how I found out that they was investigating us in that sense.
Wow.
And that person was, going to those meetings.
Wow.
Word.
And what can you do though, right? You're selling dope. You're 18 years old, 19 years old, and they're just trying to live their lives. Do you understand why some of the residents, do you understand looking back why ordinary people can't accept what you guys were doing and live in a society?
They couldn't accept it at the moment. Like I told you, after we was gone, they understood the value. You dig? And after a while, they understand that we just was selling a product that wasn't sanctioned yet. And once they understood that, but at the beginning, they was brainwashed to feel like they cleaning up the neighborhood. You don't need this. You don't need your kids to go to school looking at these people doing this, and that. And they went with that. They bought that at the beginning. But they just didn't realize that they was being duped too. Because now they cleaned up the area, but you got the crackheads running crazy. Now you got the gentrification. Now you got the landlords coming through, offering you $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 for an apartment for a person that never seen that at one. They think they got rich. Yeah. Now they moving to Florida or wherever for two years. Now they coming back to the neighborhood renting a room.
Yeah.
So they realized that they got duped too.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Was there one reason or one murder that you reflect on that was like, oh yeah, that was like the last straw? That's when they started to really come down on us?
I mean, what they really came down for, we wasn't directly, we didn't sanction that. Chango, I did not sanction that, even though it was guys amongst us that was held responsible for these murders in Harlem on 112. What happened was, there was a weed spot over there. And we had some kids that were from Puerto Rico that was bringing bricks from Puerto Rico, and we befriended them, and they used to hang out with us while the keys was being sold. It's a different story. So now they going to buy weed in a spot in Harlem over there. So on their way back to the neighborhood, this is 112, so now they go 11, 10, 8, 9, whatever, go. They playing reggaeton. So, Harlem is predominantly black. So, they hit him with the mira, and someone fell courageous enough and took 2-3 shots at the car and hit the door. They ain't hit nobody in the car, but hit the door. Made everybody skid off. They don't know this dude's shooting. They don't know if it's a people or this dude just doing it. So, skid off, get back to the neighborhood, strap up, come back, shoot the whole block up. But when they come back, it's not the same people that was there that did this. Someone told them, dude, these kids is from the hill. They coming back. So everybody dispersed. Now you got 3 kids there. They just came out of after school, waiting for the bus. These kids is immigrants from PR and all. They don't know no different. They just, for lack of a better way of saying it is, it was some black kids. These is black kids. And they killed one, paralyzed another, shot another. And being that these kids was young, disclaimer, we were teenagers also. They just were younger teenagers, you know what I'm saying? And it was an innocent bystand, and people was, in an uproar. That's what made them really come in and like let's finish this. You understand what I'm saying?
How long were they investigating you before they
investigated us
arrested
for
everyone?
as far as they've been investigating us in one way or another since we was out there.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? However, when they really put the case and all that, it was 8 months investigation from what I recall and heard. That's what I heard. It was like an 8 months, 9 months investigation.
And that was the New York City Task Force, the NYPD, help from the DEA.
Help from the DEA, feds, just like that, but it was a district
The
attorney.
HIU.
HIU.
Yeah.
It was a task force coming out of the district attorney, which it was a different hit because you're not coming out of a precinct, you're coming out the court itself.
Yeah.
The people that behind you are the district attorney and the judges. You understand? So they feel in a different type of power.
Wow.
So they picking up the Rambo, the Chuck Norris of every different precinct that got one of those cases. Like you got people that work on the cases, you got people that work on the Jericho, on the shower. All these officers that work on the neighborhood. So we gotta get these dudes, and nobody in the precinct was trying to pay attention. Like, yo, leave it alone. And they finally got somebody downtown. They picked this dude. Like, yo, you gun hole. You down with us? That's what makes up HIU. Different officers that was gun hole through their neighborhood, from different parts of the city.
Recruited by the district attorney's office from downtown, and now they're this task force. It's specifically there to take down crews like Cruz. They got a bunch of homicides.
They're implementing conspiracy at this point. They introducing the law was on the books forever. Nobody would do it. This judge said she would utilize the law. That was the only way that they were able to come through and sweep, because before that, they just grabbed one person years by chance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
and New York is interesting. It's unusual like that because they actually have state racketeering laws. Because when you hear racketeering, you're like, oh, this is the feds. But in New York, there was so much organized crime that they actually had state cops also dealing with it, which I find fascinating.
Like, as far as like the state cops dealing with the
like the state of New York is running organized crime laws.
Oh yeah,
the feds do it.
Yeah. That judge is really the one that implemented. Like I said, the law been on the books forever, but nobody felt compelled or the need to use it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, everybody probably felt that it was too complicated. Right. But the judge was willing to go and write the warrants and sanction the warrants and accept them all. Like nobody really probably was trying to deal with that. They was trying to get eight hours to pick the 8. This judge got behind them. District attorney was every time. There was nobody fighting those cases either. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So they were really running with the feds. Like you said, they were feds got like 99%, whatever. So nobody was fighting these cases that they was getting rights. But this judge was already responsible for members of the shower class. The first person that they implemented that. Then it came some other people that you didn't really hear, like the Jerry Kirk. These were some kids from Washington Heights, Dominican Pictou. They was doing a whole bunch of murders, a whole bunch of money, drugs, and then the Wild Cowboys. And you know what I'm saying? So and then after that got watered down, they just started putting everybody in there. You know what I mean? But these people that took these cases was nobody district attorney. Then after this case, they calling shots. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? They basically writing their own check.
So what kind of, when they began, did they identify you and Chango at the beginning of the investigation, this 8-month investigation? Did they immediately identify you guys as the leaders?
Yeah, because what you got to understand, like I said, they've been investigating us for the beginning one way or another, but it's a cop that's gun hole usually in these precincts. They got all the intel, and he's probably bringing it to his superior. His superior's like, yeah, don't worry, we get to it. And then finally somebody comes with more power than his superior and be like, let me get this. So they already gave him the rundown. They went to every precinct and got someone that knew about the crew. They heard about the crew and all of it that's going on. They feel they already hearing about the difficulty of grabbing us up because we never got this on us or we hiding. You know what I mean? Nobody want to say nothing. So
how did the other precincts know that you and Chango were the guys though? Did
Not the other precinct, our precinct.
So how did they know that you guys were the guys? Was it obvious?
I mean,
is it obvious because you
yeah,
guys
because
never
we
had
outside.
right?
You know what I'm saying? We outside, and the crackheads talk. You know, for lack of a better way. You know, I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but that's how we call them. They spoke when they went to the precinct. They didn't give them information that could lead to us getting arrested at the moment, but they got intel like, who's the boys, who's the shooter, who's the pitcher, who's the looker. So they had this information for years already. You know what I'm saying? And then we didn't do too much to this. I didn't think it was seeing me in an example of jewelry and I'm not working. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So,
And you never have when they pull you over, you never have on you.
they never have nothing on me, not even a license. Word.
So when did do you remember the day it all happened? I'm sure you do.
As far as what, when we all got arrested?
Yeah.
I mean, that happened June 10th. I got arrested for murder, and then 2 weeks later, the indictment dropped. I got shot May. I got shot. They put out a hit on me. I got shot in May.
Tell us about that.
The guy that we was given, they gave us the first brick on consignment. Years later, ended up putting out a hit on me. And but he did that because he wanted to sell and but we knew what type of dude he was. So what happened was when he was giving us that key that we appreciated so much for him taking a chance, he was making 8 points for us, which was unheard of. So now every 10 days, making $8,000, no problem. Making $24,000 a month besides your regular hustle that you're doing. You love us. So then the party drew was for him. He got fired. You understand? Like, he was supposed to be a backup. If you go crazy, then you come in. But nothing went crazy. But he just went up. So he shot. So first your shots, what you do? Once you stop hearing shots, you get out. Once you see the ghost shot, that shot's not good. Everybody saw it. So everybody knows. So they released them in the course of him being picked up. And that's in jail. We learned the prices because everybody's trying to give us money. I give it to you for this price, this price, this price. They don't know that he. So that we didn't feel it. So when he came home, so he was supposed to take it to his place and eat. Shit, so that's not right. So you can't get that. So that's a little friction. He ain't saying anything. They put me at the scene. Somebody pointed me out at the scene, but never went to proceed with it. They made the arrest, and there was nothing else after that. Okay, cool. It's so bad. So, talking to his so so I kept half a breath. He didn't like that. And but he never said nothing about it. Then he wanted to sell dope. He knew that we didn't sell dope, but I didn't feel comfortable having him stationed in my neighborhood because I know he's going to be able to keep tabs on us. So that became a friction. So he came up with the bright idea of putting out a hit on me and Chad. And I'm the only one that got hit. He sent people. He paid some people out of Brooklyn. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He paid some people out of Brooklyn. They first came and they shot at Chad.
You guys were out in front of your building?
Yeah, we got shot. But when they shot at Chad, I wasn't around. So when they told me about it, I didn't really put too much into it. I was so nervous. Got somebody nervous while they were going to the store. But the way they explained the store, they were in the store. Dude came in, and then he shot. So I'm like, when I came in, y'all spoke him and he shot. Boom. Then I'm hanging in front of the building. We got 3 buildings down from the building that we were pitching at that moment that they sent it from. I'm hanging out there. It's a summer night. It's me. And I'm chilling there. So one of the guys that are in jail, his girlfriend is dead. He's supposed to give us some money. She already got my nerves worked up because every time we give her money, she says that it's $20, $30 missing. But she blamed the people that's giving her the money is other guys that work with us. So she's able to get over like you. They're not gonna try to go against her. So now I'm like, you know what? I know she's doing some grimy. So I'm like, yo, go get the $750. They get the singles. All of them. So you can imagine $750 a single. I'm doing that to be spiteful. But at the same time, I'm losing time. A girl just pulled up. She's like, yo, let's go to BBQ. Like, nah, I'm doing something. Holla at me when you come back. She leaves. From the building with one of my guys, a girl, her sister, we went for one of my other guys to come down. And then, like, over the doorway of the building, I look that way, I see 3 guys coming, but for some reason it felt funny. They coming between 105th, 106. They walking down that way. We are between 106 and 107. They got to cross the street and they come. So now I'm looking at this people and I'm like, man. So I tell the guy, yo, let's break out. Hey, what's up? Now some dudes is coming over here. I don't like the way they look. I'm thinking that it's a hit for me. I'm thinking, listen, they're going to try to shoot the block up with some guns. I go to the building, I tell my guy, hey, let me get the gun. He tells me, yo, I just left the theater, but we've been running up in there. He's like, why? I think some people thought he hit me on the side. I'm thinking they're going to shoot the block. So I find it a little funny that I just went in the building, left everybody outside, and they shoot up there. So I go outside. When he turned around, the guy, I guess he thought that I had grabbed the gun. So in the middle of the street, and he's crossing the street to come towards me. When I turn around, he's still in the middle, so he just starts shooting from right there. When I see him putting up his hand, I pull up with my hand. The bullet went to my arm and hit me in the head. I tried to do my channel, I was play dead. That didn't work for me. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here. So he was still shooting. Boom, 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 boom. Police was pulling up the block in the process. Free, they get into a shooting exchange. I get up and run in the building, and that was it. This is the building where I ended up getting shot. The dude was coming from right there, like from the street. So when yo, let me get the gun, yo, there. And I turned around, he just lifted up. Police ran up, I got shot. I came out the hospital the next day. Thank God the bullet didn't penetrate my head. It got stuck. I pulled it out myself.
I wonder if putting up your hand stopped the.
Yeah, it did.
It saved it from going into your skull.
Yeah, it went through here, there. It didn't hit no bone, but at the end of the day, I attribute that to my higher power, God. You know what I'm saying? Because he got shot through a car door. He got shot through the door. They hit a bone and just stuff. They just went through here, came out through here, and hit me here.
It slowed the bullet down enough.
Yeah, enough. But a car door, I would think, would slow down the bullet even more than right. So I say that it wasn't my time to go. So that was that.
Oh wow. Okay, so now the beef is on. So that was in May.
Yeah.
Did you guys go back and find that guy?
Yeah, I got shot on the Sunday going into Monday. I'm trying to get out the hospital once I realize that I'm good, but I got, I guess, called a catheter they put through your penis when you. So I'm scared to pull that. I don't know where that's hooked down to. You know what I'm saying? So, but I keep telling the nurse, yo, I'm good. I gotta go because I know the homicide is coming. I don't want to deal with that, even though I'm supposed to be the victim of the situation. But the lady wrote me off, and homicide was right there. Now, homicide knows us for years. They've been through this accident many times. So, Tito, Rivera, I need to speak to him. I don't know nothing. All right, cool. Let that be your statement, but I'm on from now. We have cool. For with respect. Kicking it is you have to stay away from it. It ain't personal. You know what I'm saying? So, let this son with respect and no respect that points your so so when the church will this helps to get more or less as you get to the when he's talking to each other. So let that be committed. So he told me like, yo, but now I'm saying to myself, I don't see I didn't. I mean, that's not I don't know if it's cold food. I don't know what because the dude that put the head on me, we just spoke the block the night before together. He's telling me to go to Florida. You know what I'm saying? They put me in. They like, come on, boom. They like, before you come, you want to see a lineup? Maybe you recognize them. Like, yeah, let me see. But I'm doing that for my own. So we don't know none of these people. That's hard moving bad because you got a bunch of people that's at it that don't look anxious, other than they just don't want to be there no more. Most of the people that get stressed out. This is the first day.
So you saw the shooters get the name things up. And then, of course, you said,
so now this happened Sunday, going into Monday, pick me up Monday. I go out the police and I go through this song and dance and other people. I don't know. I go home. Oh, they put me in a room. They put me in a room. They let me get something like board, not board. Such and such, hey, such and such, so hit such and such, and he would have got. So when they put the name there, this is the fourth war that nobody did. So this is valuable information. You understand? The information they put on the board, they put the head out on me. It's the morning. I thought, who put the head out on me? Who we paid? Who that person paid? They put the president's report initially, so on the whole crew and gave them the rundown. So they were like, yo, they paid $20,000 to this dude. They paid $5,000 to this dude. This dude went and got bills in, so they had the whole record. So they put me in there so I could see that. So now I could be like, hey, what they did was, gave me the information that I so I shot Sunday. Went to the police. Tuesday, I broke the deal. Wednesday, flew the killer from Puerto Rico. Thursday, I went to, like, or not even like, that same day, I went to go inspect the car in Terrytown. I bought a Beamer. So I was tired of the crash at that time. So I was doing it with the inspector. And I was able to chance the opportunity, so we would have got to pick it out for the win. But in that situation, they shot the kid up.
They killed the guy.
He didn't, because somebody gave you wins and broke the ball to the chains, which is like you got straight. He got shot in his head, his nuts, his throat. I mean, 9 times. So one moment he's in a wheelchair, like he got complications.
So you're all these years later, you still hear about PCS, you know, that's like this.
I see them in the state correctional facility, which is a hub right east of me. So any see me, so I'm sat next to him, a nickname there. Only people from the neighborhood. They see me. Take that. So that's it. Instead of Jason, that's all the charge you. I'm saying? So I seen him then he wrote me a letter to because we grew up with each other. He lived in the same building that I lived in also. First floor. So we all grew up with each other, you know that. Yeah, see.
So, okay. And then you get picked up a month later, the indictment comes out. All these people, how many people got arrested?
They secured the chicken. They prepared the raid. They came and snatched me up.
What was the murder?
It was a murder that happened on Amsterdam with this kid named Modesto. It was a whole that $1, $2 price range, and people showing resistance, and us telling them that if you continue to do it, you already know what it is, and they called that bluff. And trying to dumb, being that he just immigrated from DR, trying to like, I'm down, I'm here, I'm willing to get money, and his career was cut short. Like he tried to stand out there with them, and he was one of the person that got killed.
So you got, was it a drive-by shooting? Was it a walk-by?
It was a walk-by shooting. It was a walk-by.
Did you pull the trigger, or was it an order?
No. Okay. I was watching TV.
So they were trying to basically undercutting you guys.
Yeah, they was trying to run their own situation and show like we don't care, we're not scared of them, like we do what we want to do. So if we allow that to happen, then what you think everybody else will start testing us, you know what I mean? So we try to speak to them, we give them an ultimatum, and they ain't going it, and then we have something to do. I'm proud to say that we didn't start no problems. We finished them. You understand? Because we didn't go into 107 with the exception of the first initial resistance, which was over in a couple of minutes. We didn't have to go in there blading. You dig? We got that, we bubbled, and then we maintained it. Now we just protecting it from everybody else that want to probably infringe. So if you got talking about he's going to kidnap you or like that, and you know that he's capable of doing it, then what you going to do? Wait for him to kidnap you? And that was another thing to distinguish us, that we was able to tell when you were going to do something before you wanted us to know. So we're going to get you before. Like one kid sent a letter. One kid was in jail, pillow talking with another friend of ours, telling us how he was going to get us when he come home. How we sleep on him, how he could walk in these places and we don't search him. Boom, boom. So the kid wrote the letter, sent it to us. I knew it was valid. He came home, and you already know.
So this Modesto gets killed. How did you get tied in?
None of the murders was, nobody was really charged with those murders towards the end. They started hearing rumors. They were grabbing people. There was really no evidence. But the judge wasn't Snyder at the time, but another judge was given the prosecutor an opportunity to gather the evidence to justify these arrests. When they arrested me, there was already like 2 people locked up for that murder for like 9 months already, 10 months. You know what I'm saying? There was 2 of our guys already locked up for that murder. And boom. So now, when they bring me in, the judge is like, you bringing me another defendant and no evidence? I'm putting this case on for the 30th. It was June. I got locked up June 10th. For the 30th of June. And if you don't have no evidence justifying this defendant's arrest, I'm going to make sure he makes bail. I'm like, oh. But we got the indictment like the 24th or the 28th. Like, she knew what the kid was doing.
No. Wow.
Word.
So they kind of brought you in there knowing there was going to be a big indictment?
Yeah, of course, because I'm the one of the guys that could have got away.
Yeah.
I'm not pitching. I'm not there on the block consistently. I'm there sporadically. So if I happen to hear that they raided the block, what do you think I'm going to do?
Run. Would you have run? Like after going through all this prison time and all this, do you think you would have, if you could have fled back to the DR?
I don't think it would have been a good idea. And me going to DR would have not mattered anyway because I was born here. I'm a citizen. They could go get me.
Yeah.
You understand? So it would have not mattered. And then that was tiring. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? And you got to have a lot of money for that. So, I mean, just if I had the opportunity, I probably would have ran. I don't know for how long, But in retrospect, I'm glad that it happened the way it happened because it's over.
What? Okay, so the 48 people get arrested. How long did you and Chango? You were on Rikers while you were fighting the case.
Yeah.
So we know Chango was getting let out in the middle of the night to go hang out with this cop.
Yeah.
And he was also perhaps having some kind of relationship with one of the assistants to the DA.
Yeah.
What a G. We really were impressed by that
too.
Yeah.
I was impressed too. I ain't gonna hold you. I didn't participate in it. I didn't get those privileges. I didn't get that.
How long were you on the island fighting the case?
2 years and change. When you got a lot of people like this, these cases last a long time. Sometimes you got 2-3 cases, 2-3 trials from the same case. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah. But as far as those privileges, the only privileges that I got in jail was the one that I created and smoking man weed in there. You know what I'm saying? And getting an officer to go buy food for me and shit like that. And as far as females, I never really focused on trying to bag a female. They really didn't pique my interest because I always had my wife, and she was bad, and she was doing everything for me. So why I need to do that for that? You understand what I'm saying? So I wasn't the one trying to bag a CO. I wasn't the one trying to get a pen pal because I always had someone by my side.
Yeah, and also Chango was doing that as a way to manipulate to get the crew better sentences.
It turned out that way. He saved a lot of people's lives in retrospect. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, I guess definitely became our lawyer too, and finagled certain things which allowed us to be here today. And those that are not here today because in reality they chose not to because they gave everybody an opportunity to make it. Even if they offered you 20 years, they offered a dude that is charged with 4 murders for 20 years. Like you know what's going on. Like if I tell you, you got green and yellow boxes on right now. We don't see them, but you know if you have them on, so you could be like, no, he don't know. You understand what I'm saying? Now you could play and be like, you know what? I'm gonna deny it, and we're gonna take it to trial, and then they're gonna prove it. But we know that when we get to the jury, that was wrong. So we knew that these people knew something.
So did you see the evidence? Did they have to show you a discovery? Or is it different because it's like a bigger conspiracy case?
I mean, they supposed to, but I wasn't well versed with the law as far as the technical aspect. I just know about private lawyers and putting money behind this. But now we all in jail. So I didn't know like the particulars like I might know now about how laws work. That I just knew we was arrested, and when they gave me the indictment, it was 95 pages, and I was reading it like a book, and it was like I could see I know what was going on, so I was there. So I'm like, somebody really spoke to these people. When they got this down to such and such yelled out yellow on this day, like, damn.
Okay, so somebody within the Yellow Top crew was cooperating.
It was a bad dad. When they put out the head on me, the dude was giving pictures. This before Instagram. So you can't really get pictures of it. So somebody that was down with us stole pictures and gave it to the opposition, and he gave those pictures to the guys from Brooklyn so they could know who they was coming to get. When that failed, he thought we knew that he was going to set us up. I didn't know. He was looking for my guy, like, yo, son. He gave himself up. And being that he was so petrified, he went and started talking to the district attorney. Now, he had told us that he was a fugitive before, but we didn't believe him. We thought he was just saying that because he came late to work. Like, you making stories up, bro. So he never brought it up. So now, when all this happened, he knows who to speak to. Like, yo, they about to kill me.
Yeah, they opened it up. Was he a key? He was probably a key element in making their case.
Yeah, he was the star. He was the one that put. They had all the shit that they needed, but they just needed someone credible within to collaborate to get the indictment.
But I feel like for them to offer guys that have 4 murders 20 years, no, they don't do that. The government doesn't do that unless they're not sure that they have an airtight case. They got a pretty good case. but they're not willing to have the risk the embarrassment of losing at trial. So, but then they still get their statistics, right?
Yeah. This happened right after Wild Cowboys. That was 6-month trial, I want to say, probably longer. Right after that, you don't want to go into another 6-7 months trial. That's a lot of money. You just made an example.
Yeah.
If you could make another example by getting, because that's how they wanted us to do, is to all cop out at once. When you tally it up, you just gave out 1,000 years. You understand? So you're still going to be able to sensationalize your story in the paper. You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah.
And nobody's going to look at you like you just let anybody get away with anything. 20 years is still 20 years at the end of the day.
Wow. Yeah, so they get their statistics, and then you guys, the ones who agree to cop out and plead, get to go home.
Yeah.
And the ones from your crew that didn't are doing life.
Yeah, out of everybody, there's 3 people that's still incarcerated behind this case because they chose to go against the grain of the trap.
Yeah.
These people was offered to cop out themselves, understand? But for whatever reason, they didn't take them.
And they would have been home by now.
Hell yeah. Everybody's home. Everybody's home from the other crews and all that. Whoever took their pleas, I ain't talking about religion. I'm talking about like those that took their plea, took 20 years, 22 years, 15 years, like that. Everybody's home.
Yeah. I was telling Django, it's remarkable. Like, if you get popped for one murder, you're just a guy running around uptown and you kill somebody, you're probably going to get 25 to life. But have 4 murders wrapped inside of this gigantic conspiracy case, and you could take a plea and be back in under 20 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how the justice system works sometimes.
But you got to look at it that 120 was given to you. You made them go through a whole bunch of, and now they're giving you that 20 versus you telling them, let me.
That at the time was the most dangerous federal prison in America, man. The Mexican mafia was trying to establish control and power, and they did. So when I get there, I read my paperwork. He said, the mafia's going to pick him up. He's like, you need a minute to think about it? I said, no. He's like, good, because you ain't got a minute. These people are experts of identifying weakness or a little crack in your armor, you know, and then you might go astray, and we can't have that, man. They'll kill you in a heartbeat.
Chris Arevalos grew up in a small town in rural Indiana and was raised in extreme poverty. His mother and father were both migrant laborers. After coming home from serving a stint in the military, Chris found his Indiana community ravaged by Oxycontin addiction in the early 2000s. This was the beginning of the opioid crisis. Chris soon became an addict himself and was nearly killed by his substance abuse. He managed to kick the habit and became a dealer instead and started trafficking large quantities of oxys from Mexico up to Indiana and throughout the Midwest. His operation was getting huge when he got busted and got a 5-year sentence in the feds. His first stop was at USP Sandy, Big Sandy as it's known. It's easily one of the most violent federal prisons in the country. At that time, killings were happening on a daily basis, and the gangs were literally running the prison. Chris, who is half Latino, was recruited by La M, the Mexican mafia. La M is widely acknowledged to be the largest organized crime gang in the American federal prison system. They are ruthless. Chris was soon running dope and cigarettes for the gang, and somehow managed to become friends with the top dog, the shot caller for the entire La M organization at Big Sandy. Chris gives fascinating insight into how the structure of La M works and how unbelievably organized and disciplined they are. He has stories from Big Sandy that made me drenched in sweat during the interview, so be prepared. He walks through his struggles of overcoming addiction, how he found meaning and identity within La M, and describes his attempt to leave the gang and the conflicting loyalties he felt towards his shot caller as well as his family on the outside. Chris made it out alive and today is working for a Fortune 500 company in his home state of Indiana, leaving the criminal life behind and feeding his addiction. And for a crazy twist at the end, check out the Patreon episode with Chris, patreon.com/TheConnectShow. Finally, someone who ran with the ranks of the Mexican mafia and lived to tell about it. This is a first on this podcast and one of my favorite episodes. This is going to be a Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Chris Arevalos right here on the Connect.
The reputation alone throughout the federal prison system is supreme. I was willing to do whatever to whoever it was, man. I was wanting to be next in line. Okay, in the morning, we got your first little thing. Here's the shank. Here I come, boy. First mission, loaded down. I felt something, and I wanted to feel another. That's what we're gonna make it.
That's why I see the last time it started flash. I didn't even think. I just hit it. I was driving like my life depended on it. And I parked the car, hopped out, closed the door, and I started running. And he pulls out a check, like 6 inches. And he passes it to me. And he goes, here, that's yours. Don't ever leave the cell block without this. He was the reason I made it out of that place alive. Well, I'm happy to have you here. You know, you've got a real unique background. You're the first of your kind here on the Connect, and people are about to see why. Chris Arbelos, thank you for coming on. You're from Southern Indiana?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
And that's where that accent comes from.
Yes.
The Texas of the North, Indiana. I don't even want to call it. It's like the Arkansas of the North, dude. Indiana's a hillbilly state.
It is, man. Cornfield mania.
Yeah. Home of the Ku Klux Klan. But anyways, look, that was history.
Yes.
You're from Austin, Indiana, tiny little town.
4,500 people.
Jesus. What did your parents do?
My dad, he was initially a migrant worker from Texas, and my mother, she was a farm girl as well. So they both worked in the fields growing up, man. No education. Yeah.
Poverty.
Rural poverty. There's a difference, Johnny Mitchell, between inner city poverty. Those people have help. You know, there's places for help. Us out there, we don't have no help.
There's no government assistance.
No, we wouldn't take it if you wanted it. At least my family would.
And your father's side is the Latino?
Yes.
Mexican? Spain side?
His mother was pure Mexican. My father, she's from
So what was childhood like?
Man, it was average, rural poverty.
So you worked in the fields?
Yeah, my mother and father did.
What did you do? Did you help them?
My mother was dead set on me going to school, man.
Yeah.
Every day she put me on that school bus with breakfast, full stomach. And she said, look, you know, this is something me and your father never had a chance to do, going to school, and we want you to at least go to high school. So I made it.
You did? And then you went to the Marines?
Yes, sir. Marine Corps right after high school, right out of high school. We sent to Parasite boot camp. It was you, North Carolina, from the Navy station.
Okay. Did you go overseas at all?
I went to 21 California Wednesday year. That's out here.
Yikes.
Yes.
That's the Indiana of California.
In the middle of nowhere. Exactly.
You smell the meth cooking over there. Now, was that a good experience, though?
Yes,
Did you feel like you grew up through the Marines? That gave you discipline and, you know, a sharp mind. You're no dummy.
Oh, thank you.
I can tell.
Thank you, sir.
What do you think it did for you?
Well, like you say, you know, it's been my mind because up to that point, coming out of those cornfields in Indiana, you know, I didn't have much knowledge of anything, really any type of world going on besides the whole country. So I was able to get in there, you know, I studied at the Marine Corps Institute, you know, basically it was online, but through the mail with booklets, you know, so I did that for 2 years. I learned a lot of terrorism awareness, basic training, and everything like that.
But then you go back, you get out, and you go back to your little Austin, Indiana farm town.
Yes.
What year is that?
That's in 2000.
You went back in 2000.
Yes.
And you come home to an opioid crisis.
Yes.
Describe that.
Well, it was nationwide. I didn't understand how serious it was, and then they said Austin was ground zero for the opioid. Yeah. And what had happened, Tony, was the doctors, they were coming to eastern Kentucky, or southern Indiana, eastern Kentucky, and those doctors had pushed the oxy scripts, man. And in southern Indiana, the doctors had pushed and pharmacists too, you know, they've been on board with the revolution, you know, with Stevenson, Indiana, installation of overdose policy in there. It would be right home, you know, you start with so many people and they'd shut it down. But yeah, for that, man, you know, everybody that I knew would take it. Yeah. Everybody, and they were hooked on it. They were just like,
I remember reading headlines from Indiana specifically about, you know, the ravages of oxy and then and there was like an HIV outbreak.
That's the first HIV outbreak in the world for him. even worse than sub-Saharan Africa. You know, you hear about the news over there in sub-Saharan Africa. It's really terrible. Over there. Monster per capita, we have the worst one.
Is it sharing needles?
Yeah, sharing needles. That one needle they found, Johnny, I read it in the newspaper. It said they put it on a microscope. It had been used over 250 times, man. That one, a rough estimate of that one. So when they heard that, it was former Vice President Pence that was governor at the time. He opened a needle exchange program specifically for small county. Austin, those needles that hurt HIV. It was running rampant.
Brutal.
Yes.
Brutal. You can't even imagine in the modern era
They
in
had
America
people
that there's an HIV epidemic like it's 1982.
Yes, and especially a small town in the middle of nowhere, you know, 4,500 people.
Now, did you get hooked?
Yeah, I was hooked on them too. I mean, I'm a straight up dude, man, 100%. No matter what it makes me look like, I'm authentic and real, man. I was pushing that needle in my arm any chance I got. Ooh, I would burn that oxy down. Shoot it, man. It caused me heartbreak, Johnny, with family, my son. Couldn't hold a job, man. I was lost for about 3 years, man. I was hooked.
And that was the move, was to cook down oxy like it's heroin.
What you would do was you would get you a pop can. We were so poor up there, we hardly had sponge, you know. So we'd just get a pop can. They had these things called shooting galleries, Johnny, what it was. And it was like an empty house, man, where one person lived there. And in the back of the bedroom, you know, wherever, in the cabinet, counter, wherever, there would be pop cans. You know, like a shooting gallery when you go to the fair, those things. Yeah, but there was oxys, you know, on top of it, or residue where people were sick. They would just come in off the street, man, and pour water in that, you know, and get that rinse.
Yeah.
You know, trying to help them get sick. But yeah, I was doing that, Johnny, man. I would sit there and burn that, put the heat to it, put however much water in that syringe, put the heat to it. Now, nobody would fall apart, man. You didn't break it up. Nobody would fall off like gel. You move it to the side, and that pill would just dissolve into the water. And you stick your pop and you draw it out, man. Filthy. Yes. Filthy. And that one needle was over 250 times. I come down here, John, and there would be one needle for the whole apartment or house. There might be 7 people.
So how are these drug poor hillbillies affording oxys when they can't afford needles?
Most of them were on checks, Social Security checks, and that's how I got going from the doctor.
Yeah.
You know, Grandma was getting Lord tabs for 15 years, but all of a sudden, okay, let's push these oxys. Yeah. Now Grandma's getting oxys. Don't get the Lord tabs here. Try these oxys. Oh, they're Lord tabs on steroids, man, and we can shoot them. You know.
That's right.
So it made the money go up. You're getting 10 out of Lord tabs. You're getting 80 out of oxy. Lives are being transformed for the good and bad.
Like what good?
Some people are getting rich in their houses. We've got houses. I brought so many bills and people down there. Certain one down there, they still live in the same house, man, since the early 2000s when I put them on.
So this once cornfield hillbilly impoverished town has some new oxy welcome.
Yes, early back then.
Yes. Is that illegal selling it on the street, or is that people setting up pharmacies and selling it illegally?
No, that's them going to the doctor, getting their 80 milligram tablets, which is $7,200 a month off that one script. Plus, they're getting their $2,000 Social Security check, so they're making off on board $10,000 a month. Now we're talking $120 a year, man.
Yeah, out there, that's $10 million.
Yes.
Now, did you have out-of-towners? Did you have people from...
That's what I did, and I didn't like that very well, and I had something for them. What I tried to do was... people that was before me that were out of town come in, start holding the door. Okay, one is to try to go for people saying that you get
Okay, so did you
yes, I looked over the county. Person that had all these things, people going, I said, my girl, hey, I can get out of here. You know, I said, clean. I said,
Hey guys, hope you're enjoying this episode. I want to take a quick break to explain how much I hate wasting money. It's true. Scottish and it's cheap. When I was the so much so that it ended up being my downfall. These days, I may not be smuggling anymore, but I still take the money aspect of my job very seriously. So you can imagine it's not years. Wasted money. I can pay cancel those subscriptions for me. Unwanted subscriptions, monitor your spending, and helps load the old bills and goals or savings. Whatever you choose doesn't affect the service you get. They really do care about your financial well-being. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. With Rocket Money, I have full control over my subscriptions and a clear view of my expenses. I can see all of my subscriptions in one place, and if I see something I don't want, Rocket Money can help me cancel it with just a few taps. Stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/connect. That's rocketmoney.com/CONNECT. rocketmoney.com/connect. Get with them and save yourself money. All right, let's get back into the show. Again, how much were you buying them for in Kentucky and Tennessee?
It was maximum Louisville. Strip club. I think he was giving it to me for like 40, man. I was $40 a piece for the 40s, and I was getting it for something like 60. So I'm only making like 20 at this time a piece. So I said
$2,000 a day. Yeah.
So you're rolling. Yes, at the time. So start doing that. He gets calling me now. So she tells me, oh, another Muslim dude. Really? She's like, yeah. So I'm like, the little dude. So I get okay, you know. So we've been rolling for about a good year. I'm taking it there. We're still banging them out one at a time. So shop at the gas station. I'll be down in Kentucky. I want you to get with me. And I'm like, man, I'm not getting out. You see what you expect me to give that up for a partnership? I said, he said, I knew you was going to say that, man. He's like, just let me know if you ever need anything. I said, okay then. So I'm like, man, what are we going to do? We're screwed, you know. I got all these people in Austin, you know. I got everything wide open just like I always planned, but God, I lost my connect. And she's like, I got the last two. She's like, what can you do? So I'm thinking, you know, I'm like, man, I think I know somebody can get like a high-powered plug in Mexico, you know, if I get down there. She's like, I don't know about that. She said, you know, Mexico. She's like, you sure you want to do something like that? I'm like, look, you know, I said, what do we got coming in? We got nothing. Let's wrap this something. So we ended up booking some tickets to get down to San Diego. And we go down to the Chula Vista, San Isidro, Mesa, cross right there to Tijuana. And that's where I got the plug.
Okay, so how do you find the plug? Did you already know somebody down there?
Somebody vouched for me, man. Somebody I knew up here in the States that have been deported. They told me, hey, everything's fine.
Yeah.
So I told him, he tells me what to do. I'm crossing the border, man. There was a cop on the payphone, and with long hair, and he's looking at me. Man, I got right got started. He's looking at me in my girl, and he's like, hey, he's like that right there. I see the guy. Yeah, he's like this. I said, well, I don't know if it's real. Yeah, no, he's telling me about this.
So,
Man, he's a plug in.
you saved here.
Yes, it's just like this. What do you need? He's thinking I need gas and coke. Like, no, I need pastillas. Like they put this on, say, well, what kind? He tells me, I said, he's like, yeah, he sent some dude on the bike. The dude on the bike takes off. He comes back. He tells me, 80 milligrams. Goes for 80. I'm like, this is
So so $30, you took down to 10.
Yeah, 40 down to 10, man.
How much are you picking up at a time when you're down in Mexico?
Well, it all depends how much money, I have. I think I brought 20,000 bitcoins.
So that gets you a 10 pill. That gets you 2,000 pills. Okay, so no. Right. So how do you just walk across the border?
The first time we did it, okay, she brought the money over, my girl, she would bring the money over as well. But when we brought them back across, I told her, look, you have that passport, because when you go through that line back then, you throw that passport up, they're not asking you nothing, Johnny. They're just waving you on through. You don't have that passport, man, you gotta go through 1,000 questions. What are you doing over here? How long are you going to be here? Where are you coming from? What do you do up there? And I'm seeing his passport game, and you're going all the way through, and I told her that. It'd probably be a whole lot easier if you done it that way. And she's like, yeah, I'll do it, man. Just wave it on through. She was taking it across and bringing it down.
So 2,000 pills for $80 a shot. You turn over to 160. That's $20,000.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. I was not charging the 80. Whenever I started doing this, I'm thinking volume.
Right.
I said, hey, man, I can drop it. I can drop the price. Now I'm eliminating my competitors. You see what I'm saying? There's nobody going to be able to put up with a $50 months of time when they're getting. That's what they're paying retail, and they're charging 80. There's no way they're going to be able to compete with me, Johnny.
So you're wholesale.
Yes, I finally get wholesale. Finally get what I've been looking for. So now I'm taking it to my homeboys, and I'm giving them for 60. I'm getting them for telling them 50. I'm bringing them straight to you up 65 from Louisville. You ain't got to do nothing. Be standing on grandma's front porch. That's what you got to do.
And they're sold 2,000 pills.
Maybe sold 200 here, 200 there. Crazy. 2 days tops, man. 2 days
So
tops.
how do you scale this thing? Now we got a problem. The problem is supply. How do you? So
okay, so what happened is I just get back from Mexico. 2 days later, I ain't got nothing. So I'm like, hey, we got to figure something out. We need more transporters. We need a micro smuggle. We need to do something. This little 2,000 every other day, it's not going to work, man. We need some multitude of pills here. So I go back down there and I tell them what the problem is. I'm like, how can we get these things over in bulk? They said, okay, here's what we're going to do. You let us know what airport you're going to. And I said, more than likely it's going to be Louisville. He's like, what about Hartsville, Atlanta? What about all these, Atlanta, Georgia, Washington, D.C.? I'm like, I've never been to those, before. And here's what's going on. I've got these people come with me, my transporters. I'm putting them on a plane. They're going to Louisville. You know, I start out with 2. Don't even know each other. They're from the same county, Scott County, Indiana, where I'm from. I give them the pills, I give her the pills. They're both on the same plane, don't know nothing. I get them the motel room, I tell them text the captain, I take a taxi. Here's the motel room you get to whenever you land in Louisville. So they get the pills, they're in Louisville Airport, they get in the cab, they go to the motel room. When I get back, I'll come get you and pick you up and take you wherever. That's how I do the first 2.
And are you putting these mules on just passenger planes? Checking the bags?
Yes. Here's what I'm say. He told me anything we do, people that work in TSA, you know, say hello, let's connect. Cartel. Says, man, if you give me the day, see if there's anything there. You're having to be somebody all the time, man. Yes. She's in West Louisville. And I love her face and her name. So she was real transport. I just never trusted a guy in a relationship. Closer to him without the trust. But this girl at Blue Airport, she was working with somebody over there. Yeah, because I was like, 2 more days. She works on the she was on the scanner. She was named this is yes. That goes deep. Yeah, man. It's like, I know somebody. It's over. First people first 2. So each group, I use one person, you know. Each one never knew about the other one. She could be sitting 5 seats back with 5,000 aliens just like you have. But you don't know, and she don't know either. Because you get caught, who you with, whatever. I'm by myself. I swear he comes to the hotel room in San Diego and he's never with anybody. I'm feeding the same line in the other motel room.
And you're giving them a fake name, and they don't know who you are. They just know your face. That's it. So how do you scale this thing even further?
Okay. It's getting fucked. It is, man. It's getting deep. And then that's the lust of money. Over, and it doesn't matter. You know the consequences. You just think you can't get caught. You just keep going. You get caught. Six transport on the same plane. Yes, and I thought that was too dicey. I just thought it was dicey, man. What if somebody strikes up a conversation about I enjoy hamburgers, but one in my hometown, Scottsburg, Indiana, we have a place called Hardee's. And then what if the woman sitting there, you know, not too far back was like, man, that's awful strange. She's talking about Hardee's. I have a Hardee's. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So whenever it got that far, that was the last one. I did like that. I just took it upon me and her from now on. Yeah.
So then, how many pills do you bring in a month?
Well, just from that, I only did the 6 one time, and then I went back down to me and her. And so I was probably going down there once a month, man. The feds had me crossing like 42 times in a 3-year period. So it averaged out about once a month I was going down there. I remember my lawyer told me. Because what they did, whenever I was throwing up that ID card, they would input all my information. And they would have a history log of every time, exact day and time I crossed, man. So what ended up happening was whenever they got me, they were going to take a certain amount of oxys times every time. So
what was each trip?
Each trip, yeah. Towards the end, I was going for 20, man. Wow. I went from 10, I was going to try to double everything.
Wow. So you're killing it by the end.
Yeah.
Did you get out of Austin, or are you still
Well, I have to remember I had them lined up in a driveway, and then on the other side of the road by myself. I'm like, man, my girlfriend said, you have all those friends. I was like, why don't you get 3 or 4 of them that you trust, and we can do our thing, and then they can be doing whatever, and you just go pick it up. And I'm like, you're right, man. So he's like, well, some of them don't have houses. They live with their mom or whatever. I said, here's what I'll do. I knew an old man up there, and he rented houses. He was a slumlord, man. And I would just tell him, hey, let me get this house for a month. I'm going to pay cash. There ain't going to be no electric, no nothing, man. Just going to be a house, empty house like it is now. I paid him. I would give him that empty house, my friend. They would sit in there all day, man, and then sell them pills. So now I give you a house to sell out of. I'm giving you pills up front. You're living, man. 2 years ago when we were down here riding bicycles together on the street, going there trying to plot how to rob a bag of chips out of the store.
Yeah. And now you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars.
The Cadillac sitting there. Your grandma's got a new breathing machine in there. You're getting your kids back. You got a good lawyer. Everything's happening.
Did he stay in the bills?
And I'm like, look, man, I know you're probably giving them 50, 60 for them. You're selling for 80. I'm going to give them to you for 40, man. You sell them for 60, you're going to cut everybody out.
Today's episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. If you want to be as hard as the summer day is long, then get yourself a Blue Chew and bring the summer heat. There's still time to get laid, win her back. Blue Chew is going to be the way you do that, right? Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Contra, but at a fraction of the cost in the chewable form. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers. Once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA, prepared and shipped directly to your door. The best part? It's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. What? Revolutionary. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead. Be ready whenever the opportunity arises. You guys know how much I love Blue Chew. I'm constantly singing their praises. This is by far my favorite sponsor that I've ever had on this podcast. I really believe in them, especially if you're in a drought, if you're a young man and you're in a drought. You need to go into that date that you finally got with confidence. You need to go in there
It's a brown plug, Mexican plug, at the end of the day.
Did you ever, where are these Aussies coming from in Mexico? Factory?
No, they're from pharmacy. And here's what happened. I was getting so many off of him, he was telling me it's going to be different next time you come. And I'm thinking, I don't want to ask too many questions. Next time I come, I'm telling him, hey, I'm at the spot, okay, we're going to send a vehicle. They send a vehicle up there. He gives me, this is the first time, something odd. He tells me something different. I don't know if they're going to kill me or what's going on. I'm thinking I've not ever did anything to these people, man. You know, so I don't know why they would want to kill me. But they take me in the vehicle. Pull up to a pharmacy. There's a bunch of little brown people outside carrying boxes in the store. He said, come in. I said, okay, I'll go in. And there's a lot of people. I'm like, they're not going to kill me at least. He said, I got too many witnesses. So
I don't think witnesses have ever been a problem in Mexico.
I'm thinking the United States side, you know, they probably keep on carrying the boxes with the blood streaming going down the thing there. But I'm hoping they're not going to kill me. So I'm seeing them move these boxes. I'm like, man, look at a chain of pharmacy. Or, a chain, of pharmacies. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, man, here's my business card. He gave me his business card and everything. He's like, I've had it for a couple of weeks. He's like, it's in the process last time you came. I wanted to tell you, but it wasn't for sure. Because I want to be for sure about my business dealings before I divulge him. He said, this is mine. He said, I have 3 people just like him.
So now he's retail and he's getting them from the wholesale factory.
Just like a factory, just like any other pharmacy would.
So did you get a better price?
Same price.
So still at 10, you couldn't get him down anymore.
No. And you know, I didn't even ask him. And I said, this man, you know, went and bought pharmacy, a chain of pharmacies, well, 3 anyway.
And did he have other customers like you?
Yeah,
Other
because look,
Americans?
whenever I was in the back getting them one time, we're counting them out. Okay, there's a wall here. You walk into the pharmacy, there's a register up here, there's a little cooler over here, you get your drinks, all kinds of little things here. And there was a little bitty plastic square there, plexiglass, and there's a wall, and you go back here like this, and that's where I was at watching people come in. We were counting them there and stuff. He's like, you want something to drink? You know, I didn't think. I'm like, yeah, everything's fine. He's like, how are you getting back to the border? I'm like, I don't know. You know, probably walk, you know, and take a cab. He's like, I got somebody. They would come pick us up, man. Take us all the way back. And your line, Johnny, there's lines. That one line says, you know, no vehicles. I was telling him, hey, man, you can't go this far. Oh, we went all the way to the front, man. Yeah, it's right there. And he jumps out close to the border. I tell her, man, something's going to happen, you know. He's talking to the Border Patrol, man.
The U.S. Border Patrol?
Yes, he let us in. When the guy come in the car, I was thinking, man, go ahead and tell him I'm busted, you know, and he's talking to the Border Patrol. No, he waved us on, man. We went all the way.
That is Sinaloa cartel activity.
Territory.
That's their, and that's what they're, why so many bodies are dropping in TJ, because it's Jalisco and Sinaloa battling it out for those routes. That's what routes means. It's the people that you pay off to get you. And this is, you witnessed that.
I was in the freaking bed. I got some coat hair from it. My hair standing up on my arm like it was back then, man. Because I started feeling, you know, not important, but I'm like, you know, I feel kind of obligated, you know. I kind of got a little bit of respect now.
Well, you're making this guy millions of dollars.
Now he's like a he told me, I'm like a hedge fund investor. Yeah. He's like, I deal in meth, I deal in heroin, I deal in marijuana. He said, now you've opened the door for another opportunity. Deals.
He's diversified.
Yes, he compared it being a hedge fund investor. Diversification.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they look at it like a business, Johnny.
So, tell us about how all the fun comes to an end.
Yes, unfortunately it did.
What year was this?
This was in 2010.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happened?
So you were running for a while.
Yeah, heck yeah, I had a little stretch, man. So what happened was, I feel, you know, one time I got pulled over for a window tint from Jefferson County, Kentucky. And they said, we got you this ticket, rolling paraphernalia, window tint. I said, okay, no problem. So I go, they send me a letter for it. I go there. They said, no, you're not on the docket. I go in there and talk to the lady. There's some big dude in there, man, big buff guy. He's like, you Chris Aurelio? I said, yeah. And I'm like, who are you? And he's like, oh, I just work here. And I'm telling that lady, what about my court date? No, you're not on the docket. I'm like, I got a thing in the mail. Nope. Okay. So now, when we fly out there, I tell her, hey, man, I said, I got a bad feeling, you know. You remember that guy? She's like, yeah. She's like, he just worked there. Because she went with me for my girlfriend. She's like, don't worry. So we go to San Diego. I said, I want to go out there like on a little bit, just a run with nothing. Let's go on a vacation. She says, okay. We go out there, man. I wake up the next morning, she's gone. You know, yeah, with the rental car and everything. So I gotta walk across the road, get something. Here she comes, man. Where do you think she got sand on her? Oh, I went to the beach, blah, blah, blah. Okay. We fly back to Louisville a couple days later. He ain't got nothing. Ain't got nothing. He said, I'm getting nothing. Okay. Man, I'm grabbing my last check bag of check luggage. Chris Reblos, yeah. A little bitty skinny dude, Nike windbreaker, grumpy hair, blue jeans, Nike shoes. FBI special agent, you're under arrest. I said, for what? He's like, traffic violation, Louisville, Kentucky, failures up here, failures up here. I said, what is the feds doing arrest me on the FTA, man, in Jefferson County, a county? He's like, come with me, I'll show you, but first put your hands behind your back. I was like, okay. And you're clean. You don't have nothing. Don't have nothing. You know, and I knew I had a feeling, man. So, they take me back in the room. It's Homeland Security, Transportation Safety Administration, Drug Enforcement Administration, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the IRS, man. And I was all sitting around me, you know, handcuffed. He's like, yeah, we finally got you. It's me. I kept saying, who you with? Who you with? I'm not saying nothing. Well, the FBI, he grabs his laptop. He said, this is how I was tracking you. He said, see all this right here? He said, that's your debit card. He said, show me where I was eating, the clothes I bought, everything I did with that debit card had a date and time. He said, and you just did a wire transaction for 60-some thousand from Fifth Third in Louisville to Wells Fargo in San Diego. He said, you ain't got a pen in your pocket. He said, this was 2 days ago. He said, where's the money? And I ain't saying nothing, man. I'm like, damn, they got everything on that. All my debit card transactions, man.
Using a debit card.
I wasn't thinking, Johnny, where am I from, Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay.
You were in the Marines, I mean.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they
You
drug
got an
deposited.
IQ of over 80 at least.
They were drug depositing all my stuff in the Marine Corps, man. All I did is have to train stuff. But I was thinking nothing, man. They're following me with my debit card transactions. Man, I wasn't thinking nothing there, Johnny. But they were, man.
Okay.
So that's what got them on me.
Okay.
They end up getting us for, oh yeah, so what happens was my phone rings. Oh, I can't get to it. It's my girl. He said, hey, yeah. And he holds it to me. I said, man, they got me arrested. I said, I'm going to jail. What? They run out after 10 minutes later. Here she comes. Well, you ain't got a prescription of this. I heard a bunch of bottles at the freaking desk. I was like, man, she's got a prescription of Xanaxes from America. She's like, you ain't got a prescription for these, or these, or these. 3 different kinds of pills back there, man. She never had a prescription for them. So now they're charging us with simple possession or trafficking in Jefferson County. It's a state charge to begin with, first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not oxys they have.
No.
Xanaxes,
some methadone. I think she had like maybe 60-some oxys, man. She had like 3 different types of pills.
So this is a humble. This is a case when the feds want to get you, but they don't have much. They
were on me.
Throw some at you.
They were on me. They thought this was the time. She had some things she had went over and got that morning, man, when I was in the bed. Yeah. So anyway, we're out on bond us both out, man. We're out on state charges, Jefferson County, Kentucky. 30 days. I go back down there and tell him, Puma, hey, look, this is what happened. I'm not taking nothing back. I wasn't calling you. I just walked over. I didn't announce this time. I just walked over, a son of a gun, you know.
Where would you meet him when you walked over into Tijuana?
When I first would come over, the little bitty concrete things, you go down and all that stuff, and then you hit all the taxis. There's like 50 taxis there. Then you walk there, and there's a street, and the McDonald's was over here, and I would just keep walking down to the plaza, and he was over on the left. Yeah, he had a hell of a little setup, fucking little labyrinth going on down through there and stuff, man. Yeah, it was real nice.
Wow.
Yeah, but I told him, you know what I just told you. I said, man, she had some pills, this and that. He's like, oh man, he's like, yeah, just chill for a little bit. He's like, matter of fact, you're not coming back over here no more for a while. I said, why? He's like, see that dude? I said, yeah, some big, tall, white dude, man, big dude, smokes a cigarette. He said, he's going to meet you in San Diego from now on. He said, don't cross for a while. He said, you're hot. I said, okay, man. You know,
who's that big white dude?
I don't know. Still this day, I never.
But he's working with him.
Yeah, he's working with him. Yeah, he's on the payroll. Yeah, he was totally off the radar. Spec, no criminal record.
Yeah,
good guy. Passport, never suspected.
So you were started picking up pills on this side.
Yes,
from him.
I was gonna get him.
Now, did your price go up?
No,
Okay, that's
It
good of
stayed.
it.
Yeah,
You kept it
everything
intact.
stayed. Yeah, he was
Okay,
a very
okay. So you dodged the state case.
Yeah, so I go back on my state case, the court date. There's the FBI guy. He tells me, hey, come here, I got somebody I want you to meet. And I said, my lawyer didn't say I'm not cooperating. He said, got nothing to do with cooperation. So I go over there, and some dude talking. About 30 seconds later, you Chris Reblos? I said, yeah. And he said, put your hands behind. He said, first of all, DA. He said, special agent, something DA, you're under arrest. I said, for what? I just got arrested 30 days ago. He said, you got bumped to federal. And he said, there's not going to be no bond. He said, I know your partners over there are going to come try to get you. He said, you're not going nowhere. I said, what? He said, I already talked to the judge. He said, you think you're going to bond out? He said, you ain't got no bond. This is even probably went to court, man. They have plans for me, man. So they take me to Odin County, LaGrange, Kentucky, federal holdover. I go to the court day and stuff. It's federal, man. Possession. Simple possession, man.
And this is how this whole story starts?
Yeah.
So they never popped you with like a big
I never got caught with one pill, Johnny. Not one pill. 60 months federal prison sentence.
That's
yeah. I never got caught one pill, man.
So you got sentenced to 5.
Yeah, 60 months. They done the months in the feds.
You took a plea?
Yeah, a locked plea. Because my lawyer was telling me, hey man, there's a B plea and a C plea. If you go in there with no lock plea, you and the United States Attorney General come to agreement, okay, we agreed 120 months. You go in there, final sentencing to the United States, the federal judge, he can bump it if he wants. And you can't do nothing.
You had no on you.
No. Well, I had some priors, man.
Which
had
were?
Some priors. Priors, possession of marijuana, I think it was, and possession of pills.
Right, when you were a junkie.
Yes. Everybody gets
Weren't you able to, I mean, it seems like that's something you could fight. A good lawyer could be like, hey, he's a junkie, he relapsed.
Man, they were already talking about how many times you cross. First, they were wanting cooperation. It was like, look, I can get this 60 knocked down to like 42, 36 or 42 months. And I'm like, you know better than that.
Yeah.
So go back and tell them, let's start with something besides that idea.
Sure.
And then we'll go from there.
Sure.
Like, there is no idea. It's 60 months, man.
So 60 pills got you 60 months?
Pretty much,
wow.
but I didn't have them. She had them.
Is there a quantity?
Yes.
Like, could you tell us that? You know, 5 kilos is a minimum, 10 years.
Yeah,
what about pills?
Yeah, the lawyers tell me the way they convert everything to marijuana somehow or another. Like, if you get caught with cocaine, a kilo, they compare it to be like maybe 100 pounds of marijuana. Everything you get caught with, whatever heroin, meth, they have a marijuana scale. And the feds government compares everything to the marijuana. Man.
So it's like pegged to marijuana.
Yes. And like however much of whatever other drug you have, like that'll determine how much pounds of marijuana. It would be everything's converted to the marijuana. Even the pills. Wow. Yeah. So it was like they told me the pills you got caught with was like the equivalent of being caught with like 250 pounds of marijuana. Yeah.
Which could get you a minimum 10.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, I never got caught with no marijuana. What are you talking about? He's like, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I'm like, man.
Do you looking back, do you think your lawyer was good or was he?
No, he was a piece of crap.
He was a dump truck.
Yeah, he was a piece of crap.
Didn't you have lawyer money?
Yeah, I had lawyer money. I had a good lawyer. Oh, what? So what's going on is this is for later. But I'm out on a case from Scott County for intimidation confinement. I had a dude locked up in the trunk, and he escaped to the trunk. And then when he pressed charges, it had confinement intimidation. I pled guilty. Boom, the feds bust me, but I have an open case, man. Yeah, on probation in Scott County, Indiana, and I can't get back to it, so it gives me detainer and it messes my point system up, and they send me to hell, USP hell. But, yeah, so that's how that worked, man.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so that lawyer from the Indiana confinement, he was top-notch good lawyer. Got it dropped down to misdemeanor intimidation. I tell him, hey, I've got a Fed case, you know anybody? I can't practice in Kentucky, this guy can. I went like that. He's a freaking state lawyer, had no business about federal.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sitting on a pile of money. Whenever I leave, plead guilty from Odom County, they had to call me downstairs. You have a substantial amount of money. We want to make sure this is correct, your address and everything on this check, you know, and stuff.
Yeah, well, you're from a tiny little nowhere place, so even a federal lawyer could suck.
Man,
right? It's not like being in the middle of Manhattan.
I didn't have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So wow. So now it's it. It's 5 years, baby, 60 months.
Yes.
And your points are already getting you shot
increased me 6
to.
points.
So are you do go right to a USP?
Yes, I was supposed to go to medium, but where they had me on a 6-point detainer, I gave me 6 points. The detainers were 6 points in the Fed classification system. Now they give me 6 points. That bumps me to United States Penitentiary status. I'm with the big boys, man. Yes.
Do you have any idea what you're walking
I
into?
have no idea, other than the guards telling me to get a shank when I got there. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, he told me. But then he tells me, yeah, if you get caught with one, I'm going to give you 5 years for everyone you get caught with. He just told me that I better get one.
Where'd you go first?
Big Sandy. That at the time was the most dangerous federal prison in America, man. Yeah, it was so dangerous, Johnny, that the yard, they had to split it into 4 sections, man. Because people would just be huddled up. They would stomp and stab somebody to death. Then they would separate. You have a body there. No cameras, no witnesses. So they had to split it up into 4 sections, man.
People were getting murdered.
Oh, yeah, they were fighting for power in the beginning over there. When Chad Marks was over there, yeah, he was over there when the worst time they were fighting for power. I mean, they were killing people over places in the chow hall.
So who was fighting?
Well, they were fighting over there. The Mexican mafia was trying to establish control and power, and they did.
Who had control before?
It was a brand new prison. Yeah, they just opened up in like 2006, so it just been open for like 4 years. So they had DC, the DC blacks over there. They had some NLR, Nazi lowrider. They had Aryan Brotherhood of Texas over there. They had a Texas Mexican mafia and the California Mexican mafia. But the California Mexican mafia was the supreme, and they ruled everything.
And that's where the foundation of the Mexican mafia is. It's out here.
Yes, from Cali, from what I understand.
Okay, so who do you click up with?
Yeah, so when I get there, I had to have your paperwork. You have to have your paperwork walking to USP. It's just not anybody can walk. And then that means be able to live there, basically, on the compound. So when I get there, they're reading my paperwork. Is any good? They tell the other guard, yeah, he don't have any charges. He didn't rat anybody, so he can walk if he chooses. And there was like 15 of us, man, there. And they told us, finally told us, hey, comes in there. Does anybody here have any homosexual tendencies? Need to speak up now, or everybody turn face that way and you go to the middle. And I'm just standing there with my face this way, man. And he's like, does anybody else have any with the child or somebody young? And if you do, step in the middle. I'm standing there. And he's like, if you cooperate with anybody, step in the middle. Yeah, or if you just don't want to be here and get transferred to somewhere else, step in the middle. So I'm standing there, and they said, okay. And then opens the door, man.
What's the point of that, real quick?
Oh, because if you're a offender or you rat on somebody, they will kill you, man.
You're not going to walk out of
as
there.
you get back there.
So they're doing you a favor.
They're doing them and the government a favor and you a favor. They won't have to go back there and get no dead body off the floor.
If it were me, I don't have either of those
Yeah.
problems, but I'd be like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I mean, they gave that option too,
Wow.
you know?
Okay.
So they said, step in the middle. So the door opens, man. You know, you hear some chains. I'm thinking, damn, somebody's leaving. I hear the chains, you know? Man, I turn back around, John. I'm the only son of a beer standing there. I'm the only one there out of 15 people. They're all gone.
Nobody got out of there.
Yes, whatever those options, whatever, or they don't want to be there. Man, I'm thinking, I don't know any better, man, you know? They always told me, and them holdovers, when you get to wherever you're going, he's like, just keep going. Go hard, though. And don't ever, you know, flinch or you know, backstep. No weakness, man. Just keep going. So that's all I can hear. You know, I don't have any of that anyway, you know, stuff. So hell with it.
And you're a soldier.
Yeah, I'm a Marines. You know, I'm thinking, too, if you did something good enough or bad enough to get yourself sent to United States Penitentiary Big Sandy, then you're a pretty cool dude anyway, or a pretty badass dude anyway, you know. So I'm going to roll the dice, man. So they come in there. He says, my gang coordinator going to talk to you. He's like, you got an 033 number. He's like, you're not with, and you're coming from California. He's not with those people out there with the mafia. And I'm like, man, I don't know anybody or anything about that stuff. I'm from Kentucky, like you see. He's like, okay. So the gang coordinator comes in. He's like, man, you're awful dark. He said, but you got a hell of a country accent. He's like, you got 2 choices with that Spanish last name. You either run with the white boys, he said, or the Mexican mafia's going to pick you up. And I said, man, I don't know what to do. And he said, the best thing for you to do is have some sense about yourself like them other 14, man. He said, there ain't no shame about it. Nobody even knows you're here. And I said, yeah, but I know I'm here. And I said, I'm not going to be back there around that, sitting with them dudes, man. I feel if I'm here already, then I can make it the rest of the way. He's like, what you better do is better get you a knife as soon as you get back there. He said, but if I catch you with one, I'm going to give you 5 years. He said, take him back there. He said, the mafia's going to pick him up.
And so when you get into Big Sandy, the administration is literally recommending what gang you should be in.
Yeah, they tell you. Yeah, that's what he told me. Yeah, he said you ride with the white boys. He said with your Spanish last name and your dark, he's like, more than likely you're going to go with the Mexicans. He's like, they're going to be all over you, man. Send him back there. I get back there, it's an empty cell. Here comes a real Native American guy. Indian. He's like, hey, man, are you Indian? I said, no. I said, my dad's Hispanic, mom's white. He's like, hold on. Like 2 minutes later, man, here comes 3 big Mexican dudes, man. Freaking goat teeth, Versace glass frames, tattoos. He's like, hey, man, how many come with you? I said, 15. I'm the only one that come back. And he's like, you Mexican? I said, my dad. He's like, come with us, man. Who you with? And I said, I'm not with nobody. So we're going to take you upstairs. So there was like 2 in front of me and 1 behind me. They're walking me up the stairs. And there's a dude in there, MS-13. He's an MS-13. He's getting a big-ass tattoo. Some highlights of MS-13 on his stomach. And another soldier's putting on him. His name was Puppet, man. He's cool. And he's a real good tattoo artist. So he's tattooing over him. And they tell me, hey, man, he's like, your paperwork looks good. And he's like, where are you from? I said, Indiana. They said, you're not with no gang. I said, no, not with no gang. They said, take your clothes off. So I took my shirt off. I'm standing there with my pants. They said, you got to take everything off, man. I took my pants off. I got my boxers on. They said, okay. They said, now turn around. I turn around, and them dudes had their shanks out, Johnny. Yeah, the smallest one was probably about that long, man. Yeah, the rest of them looked like, and first I'm thought, oh, this is a sick joke. You know what I'm saying? Where in the hell are they going to get a piece of iron that long to, sharpen that good? I'm thinking it's a sick joke, But then they tell me, hey, you have 2 choices, man. He's like, 1, you can run Christian. You can go to this program over here. He said, that's where everybody goes that don't want to be here, man. Or you can come with us, the Mexican Mafia. And, not as bad as it sounds. He's like, from here on out, you'll be untouchable in the federal prison system, wherever you go, man, if you're under our banner. I said, okay. He's like, you need a minute to think about it? I said, no. He's like, good, because you ain't got a minute. Yeah, I said, no, I'm good with you guys, man. I said, I'm cool. I'm down with whatever. He's like, yeah, I knew you was cool, man. I knew you'd be down with it. He said, he's like, get him downstairs and take care of him. They gave me 2 big launder bags full of brand new stuff, Johnny. Plastic sweats and the sweats and the plastic. All new hygiene. Food you couldn't even get on that compound, man. They had bought from people brought it in. All nice stuff. They hooked me up real sweet, man. Took good care of me that first day.
So they're running the prison.
Hell yeah, they're running the prison. The guards told me. Yeah, he's like, you're going to get with them back there. He's like, you'll be all right because they run the prison. He said, everything. He said, even down to the weights, to the dip bar out on the yard. He said, there's 2. He's like, they have the best of them. Everything here, they have the best of everything. That's what they told me about them.
Because they're ready to kill.
They'll kill you in a second.
And are these Mexican Americans, Chicanos?
Yeah, some of them are Chicanos, man, but every one of them is black. I seen one white boy, a soldier in there, but he was from a hood out here in Cali. It seemed like every one of them was from a hood in California to me, man, every one of them.
So where in California?
Well, one of them was here in Florence, man.
That's right.
Downtown here in Florence, one that I'm in contact with to this day, very close to him.
And they call that Florencia. That's the street gang.
Yeah, Florencia.
And they're super ruthless and infamous down here in South LA.
Yeah, they were supposed to have one of the biggest busts ever, a few years ago.
And can you tell us who that individual is?
Yeah, Alberto Hernandez. And I want to say that when I met him in there, man, he was one of the most nicest, kindest gentlemen that I've ever met in my life. And he pushed me to do the right things in life, and reading the right materials, keep my mind sharp. He's totally against drugs and alcohol. When I was in there, he was like, look, we'll talk and do whatever, man. But he's like, I don't associate with anybody that does anything to harm their bodies, like drinking or drugs and stuff.
What was he locked up for?
He has double life plus 60. He has a whole host of charges. False charges, I believe. The RICO charges, attempted murder charges, possession charges, and it needs to know another look at. You know, he had Chad Marks look at his case.
So he's a gang leader. They got caught up as the kingpin of whatever indictment.
That's
gang
what they
indictment.
say about him. They say yes, he was with the top.
Oh, okay. So now you're here. You know, it's weird. It's funny. Like cholos, you know, Hispanics. If they like you, they're real cool. They're really nice guys.
That's true.
If they like you.
Yes.
Did they have any Mexican, Mexicans running with them, or was it all Chicanos?
No, there was some,
Spanish-speaking
100%.
Mexicans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Every one of them spoke Spanish. Yeah, every one of them was from out here. Now, there was some that were illegal, that just come in as soldiers, they're going to be deported. They're not going to be here in California, but they ran together. All the Mexicans ran together under the Mexican Mafia, even MS-13.
Now, can you explain the structure of the Mexican Mafia and how that related to Big Sandy?
Basically,
where the orders come from? Yeah.
Basically, what I can say about that, is in Big Sandy, from what I know, every unit, has someone in charge, of course, it's over the whole unit. You have a problem with another race or internal, you go to him. If they can't squash it, then it goes to whoever is over the whole thing, the whole B unit. There's B1, 2, 3, and 4. You have one shot caller for 1, 2, and 3, and 4 separate. Then you have one that's over the whole thing. If you can't squash it and B1 your problem, then you take it to the high that's over the whole B. If they can't squash it, then it goes to the top
Of that prison.
Of the prison.
Are you aware of that person, the commander of the whole prison? Is he in contact with people in California, which is the headquarters?
I'm sure it is, but yes, I had the opportunity to meet him, the made man. Yes, and it was a very, very thrilling opportunity. Scary, but it was thrilling at the same time. I had a question that I needed to ask him. And it took me a couple of days to get the nerve up, man. But you have to be careful the way you present yourself when you speak to these people, Johnny.
Surreal.
Yeah. They'll kill you in a heartbeat, man, over this little thing.
And who was this man? Can you say his name?
I'll just say that his name was
Carlos.
Okay, yeah, we'll say his name was Carlos, but he's here from California, man, from Norwalk.
Okay.
Yeah, from Norwalk.
So,
but the federal government's completely aware he was in charge of Big Sandy. They know who he was because every Saturday, man, we had to come out. It was his thing. He made every soldier come out and greet him every morning.
Wow.
Look, Monday through Sunday, Friday, or Sunday you do whatever, but Saturday it's mine. You come to me. And I would be in line for like 10 minutes, man. The whole line. Yeah. Right in the middle of the yard, man. The rec yard. And the guard was right behind him. And like 4 of his bodyguards. And he was just sitting there. And you would have to shake his hand. Every one of them.
Like a king.
Like 500 of us.
Like you're like kissing the ring of a king.
I was in the Marine Corps with generals and high-ranking officers. I had never seen anybody as powerful as that man, Big Sandy.
What made him so powerful?
Oh, because he could come here, go kill him. Seconds, the man would be dead. And he could do it with anybody.
Was it just his character, or was it the fact that he had killed and proven himself so much that now everybody's listening to him?
Everybody knew that was a fact. But his character also, he was a very, very mean individual. Man.
Yeah, I bet.
Yes. And I just wanted to look at him in the eye, shake his hand, and go about my business, man.
Yeah, it's a guy you want to like you, too.
Yes. But at the same time, every one of us would have did whatever he says, man.
Now, he's not isolated. He's not in solitary.
He was out there. He was out there with us.
So they at this time in Big Sandy, they let the shot callers be in the general population.
Yes, because it was better for the federal government, where he could control his people.
That's because
if you make him mad and he puts the order out on whoever, guard, anybody, I don't want to scare nobody into prison, but it don't matter who you are, man. It's over, And I feel that they would rather, let him out there around the people. Let's keep them, man, happy.
Now, what about the drug trafficking and running the rackets in prison? Were they doing that?
I was doing that. I stole more heroin and crystal meth in Big Sandy than I ever did on the streets of Austin.
Wow.
Yes.
All right,
I'm talking black tar heroin, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I would get that from the DC blacks, man. I had to connect connection. I don't know where this dude, he got it. He had a plug there on Big Sandy, and he would come around and he would tell me like a day or two, hey, get your money together. I can give you a gram for 600. And a gram of heroin is like the size of a peanut. M&M peanut, you know. That's about the size. You get 600 for that.
$600 for that.
Yes, it's not no gram. I'll tell you that. It's a prison gram, they call it. But what I'm doing to it, Johnny, is I'm getting me a potato chip bag, and I'm cutting that bag in half, and I'm cutting little bitty strips about that long, about that wide, and I'm taking my peanut, and I'm rolling it out to where it's real thin. You can see the light, and it's real thin. And then I would just make 50 pieces. They would call them papers, papelitos, little papers they call them. And I would sell little papers at $50, man.
And how's something that small?
Yes.
How are people getting high?
I'll tell you how they're getting high off of it. You can get high off of it two ways. One way you can do it is you can take you some water and warm it up in the microwave, put it in that plastic spoon, and then swirl it around, dissolve it, and snort it. Or I can get you a binky for $20.
Binky's an outfit.
You know what it is? That's crazy, man. You know what that is?
Around.
Yeah, nobody ever knew what a binky was, but you're the only one.
Wow.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
I should go to Big Sandy.
No, not for a binky, Johnny.
No.
You're doing good.
Thanks,
Stay here,
man.
man.
Yeah. So off a peanut that you paid $600 for.
Yeah.
What are you turning that around?
I'm making 12. Yes, I'm killing them.
That's wild.
I'm killing them, man. I can't keep enough of it, man.
And so and this was just your connect amongst the
that was
Mexicans.
just a DC Black connect. Now, you know, other people have it's difficult to get a connect in federal prison because somebody's going out there, that visitor, and bringing that stuff in. And if you don't know them, you ain't in.
Yeah.
Or if you don't know somebody don't know them, I got as high as I could up on the ladder in there.
Okay, explain that. What do you mean? Like in terms of a connect?
As far as a connect, you know, a lot of people are going to like the store, man, to sell stuff. You know, everybody's going in there getting stuff, so let's give him some heroin and push it on somebody. You know, you're probably like the fourth, fifth man down from the top store, man. I'm probably the third, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow. What about crystal meth? How does that market work?
Yeah, man. They come to me one time, gave me a big ass rock of crystal meth.
DC Blacks too?
No, these are the Mexicans.
Right.
Yeah, these are the Mexicans, man.
Yeah.
They come in there, they say, here. They just give me weed all the time. I first started selling weed for them. Little bitty ass joint, barely even had anything. I said, man, what am I supposed to do with this? They said, those go for 15. Trust me, nobody in your unit got that. I went back in there, I told the store man, it was gone like 5 minutes. All 10 joints I had, man. $150 I made, about 10 minutes.
Well, that
they
makes
love
sense.
me, man. I push it. They give it to me, it's gone. Give it to machine. Machine will push it, man.
So you were distributing it for the people bringing it in.
Yes, because I was kind of off the radar. And another thing they told me, you're not as reckless as us. They said, you know, you're more patient, more methodical. They told me you're more methodical than the way you approach things. Us, we just kill everything right then. We'll sort it out later, you know, whether it's our mistake, not you. So I was like, you can build a gap with these other races, and now I perfected that, man. I perfected that because their policy in there, don't go outside your race with no type of business, man, at all in the USPs. They can't cook for you. No other race cannot be fixing you food. Prefer if you go to a Mexican store, don't even go to the black and white stores. Keep it in the La Raza, the race. Yes, everything. So I was able to go to the blacks and get the good price. Now I can put my homeboys on them. You know, I can go to the Italians and get the meth, you know, because they know, hey, that's the guy that's selling all the weed all the time. That's the guy selling all the heroin all the time. He's good at it. And then he's brown. Oh, but he's cool, man. He's cool.
Did you have to keep your relationship with the DC Black?
What I had to do is kick money upstairs. I'm not keeping secrets from the mafia, Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm kicking it upstairs. 30%.
Wow. So you figure there's got to be a handful of you guys kicking 30% up to the kingpin.
Supposed to.
So
and everybody's supposed to hustle. They said, everybody here is going to hustle. They're not just going to be laying around not doing nothing. And I think the reason they wanted to hustle because 30% is going up.
Of course.
Why not?
Of course. So he's collecting like a mafia
king.
You
got tattoos, guys giving tattoos. 30% of the $200 tattoo. The store man, 30%.
Yeah. Get out of line. You're getting that. You're getting that bone crusher.
Yeah, I'm good at those too.
So
I made my first one.
Okay, how do you make bone crushers?
Well, one
Tell us
day,
what a bone crusher is, in case you haven't seen the show before.
a bone crusher is what it is. It's a piece of metal sharpened and filed down so far and so big that when it goes in your opponent, it crushes your bone. You know, because you got some of them they call stickers, you know, little shanks about this big is gonna stick you. You know, might hit a organ, not mine. No, I'm gonna crush them bones, man, when it's going in you. Because I'm a little guy, and I'm gonna push that thing hard as I can. It's gonna crush that rib cage.
Were you strapped when you were walking around?
Hell yeah, I was strapped. Not with the bone crusher. I kept that for special purposes only.
For riots or wars? Yeah.
Yeah, for the war. Well, I always kept one on me. And Johnny, they have metal detectors. When you come out of them units, anytime you go there and you come back in. But, so how do you beat the metal detector? I'll tell you how to beat it. I learned in the Marine Corps. Those boots in prison, Johnny, I take the inside of it, got that hard plastic cap inside of it, Johnny. And then I would from the Unicore sewing machines, you get the oil, and it burns forever on top of them pop cans. I'll get me a little bitty flame going. I would freaking sit there and get that freaking plastic melted, and I'd sit there and form it for hours, drop in the floor, run water on my hands, cool it off, get it back, hot again. Man, I ended up getting me a nice little piece, Johnny. I could walk out in the yard, and it went through the metal detector every time.
Like nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like metal detectors stop anything at USBs.
We always come up with something to go around it. We have plenty of time.
Now, Unicorn.
I worked in there.
So we had our good friend, Unique Mecca, shout out. I call him Unk. You know, real big kingpin back in the day.
Yeah.
He was at Big Sandy. He was at Lewisburg. He got called down by the guards working at the Unicorn or supervising the Unicorn. And all those cats working were junkies when he was there. And they were like, look, just keep bringing the heroin in. Do not stop. Whatever you do.
The government?
The government said, do not stop bringing in this smack because we need these Unicorn guys working like slaves because they have contracts. What the products they're making, they gotta fire these things out. You know,
it makes sense.
It's big business.
Yes.
So did you know the Unicorn workers were getting high? Like, who were your customers?
Most of them that were in there were getting high.
Because and they can buy a $50 piece.
Yeah, because Unicorn is a paying job, and in a bureau of prisons is Unicorn. And in Big Sandy, we made military jackets. And the reason I went in there is to get some of that oil. You know, that's why I got running there. But a lot of those dudes, John, they were strung out and they were using Unicorn until they're dead off. You know, they were trying to tell me when they were getting close to paying their dead off. We ain't gonna get let's get it down to 20 bucks, you know, at least.
Did you ever have a problem with debt collection?
And one time, I did off this dude named Albert from Kansas. He ran a store, and then what happened is he ended up getting some stamps off me, and he was a fan, but he was always having people pay him on store day. He would see everybody going to him. I'm thinking, how does he not have it? So my shop caller tells me, hey, has he ever paid for this? We keep saying next week. He said, go ask him again. Go and ask him. This and that, same story. I went and told him. Okay, he tells me, okay. So later on that night, they're drinking. My homeboys, they're drinking White Lightning. And he sees me talking to Albert. Talking, you know, shoot. Man, he sees us talking. He comes down here. Did you tell him again? I said, before I said anything, I won't tell him we're talking about the ball game, man. Hey, go up there now. Everything in your house is worth $50. Any and everything. He said, get it out, put it on the bed. He said, we'll be up there in 10 minutes. He said, this and that. He said, I don't want to hear nothing. The dude went up there. 10 minutes later, me and my homeboy get up there. He's got everything out on his bed. He said, now you get your $50 worth. He said, I'm going to get $20 for the problem. Yeah, I got my $50 worth of stuff, man.
They're operating like they are on the streets almost.
Out of fear, man.
Almost like with impunity.
Nobody's doing nothing to them in there. They're home.
What is the first real gruesome acts of violence that you can remember when you were there?
Yeah, I'll tell you the first dead body I walked over. We were going to chow. I'm in B3, so we have to go downstairs. We're in the ladder well. They never rolled the door open. We're walking there for 10 minutes, man, waiting. Finally, they rolled the door open. There was a dead body, dead dude laying there, had a little bit of blood. Her eyes were still open. And I fish a lot. I'm a country boy. I know what a fish looks like when you keep him out of the water. He has like a little haze over him. This dude had a haze. He'd been there for a minute. I'm paralyzed. I'm standing in front of him. There's a whole unit behind me. DC Blacks, not the Aaron Brotherhood. Like, what the hell? I froze. Keep walking. They grab me, man, like this, and they carry me over the dead body, man. Yeah, I'm looking back. It's like, man, you've got to keep going.
Don't stop.
Yeah, you got to keep going.
So on the line for Chow, all these different races are just stepping over this.
You see three mother effers coming up from a different unit with boots on. From a different unit. It was the hit squad, Tony. It was the. Man. So here they come. Dude automatically goes in his cell. We know who he's coming.
Okay. So, like when they ask me what I want for Christmas, what do y'all want for Christmas? Which one?
Oh, on top of Jingle Bells. Ping.